Quay, greetings. Oh my goodness. Now, I've been trying to do this video for the last maybe almost 2 hours, I think. Um, I had been listening to Dane Calloway's latest video, and uh, it, uh, it kind of prompted me to do my next video. And then there was a new Empress Holbert video. But so I couldn't get my Zoom to work. And now that it's working, I feel like I better do my video now because this thing, I don't know what's going on with it. It has a life of its own. So if I could say a little bit of where my head is right now, it's a weird frustration with the entire movement because it feels like it's not moving. That's what it is. It's like there's so many, like the general thing with all the disagreements among Indians, there is one thing in common. We all agree that we're the Indians. Now, how that plays out, it's oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I guess the uniting thing is that we're the Indians of America. Okay. From there, you're gonna have all different types of Indians. Okay. Uh and yeah, so it feels like some kind of breakthrough has to occur. Like, we know the ancestors are real. We all know that, though we cannot always verbalize how they work, but we know they're there. That's why we're waking up. So it occurred to me today, just before doing this video, maybe my frustration can be assuaged or calmed, knowing that maybe it's not an action that Indians have to do. Maybe maybe it's just a mindset first. Now I'm not into the Bible, but I do hear a word of truth when it talks about something about the renewing of your mind. Now, we know that we're in a series of word spell psyops, and how do I say? Yeah, commerce. I want to say this: a commerce psyop going on. Commerce is trying to be law of the land, but you see, law of the land is law of the land. Our laws that we're under right now, I'm telling you right now, they add up to commerce. These are contractual. So the powers that should not be, they know very well that contracts supersede any law, because what a contract is doing is you're signing your consent, and you're signing away, for instance, your birthright. You're signing away your God-given right for some fuckery. But the person is going to make you think, nope, this is the best thing you could possibly do. This is much better than having a birthright. We're going to give you some civil rights, and you're going to love them, and you're going to come up now, and you're going to be like all the other people. You see, but we don't want to be like all the other people on our landmass. We want to be set apart. Now, those other people, when they're on their land, they can be the shit, you know, on their land, you know? So we got to realize that the prevailing law right now is a series of contracts that are not completely, you're not really you're not getting full disclosure of what you are doing when you sign over. You know, there's a lot of you know, if you think about it, a lot of business that we're dealing with deals with us signing, and we come to the place where we just do it or without even looking at the damn thing. You know, it's like, I have to sign. I know, whatever. So it's become like protocol, just sign the dotted line, you know. But somewhere when we sign, remember, we do have some ways of saying, I still reserve my right, because we think of it, it's our signature, right? So if we put without prejudice on under our signature, that means that I'm not signing away on something that is not disclosed. In other words, it's almost like a safeguard, you know, to say, I signed this, but I'm not agreeing to anything that is not disclosed here or something. It's a way of making sure you reserve your rights, you know. So but again, that's in the system that we're in. When we create our own, I think it's not going to be commercially based. It's going to be law of the land based, which means no one is going to be trying to get you to sign away your rights. I think one of the laws that an Indian nation might have is, it's not going to be so easy to just sign away your rights. So we'll have some kind of, again, maybe this might be a way of doing that, you know, without, you know, we have our own words, you know, retaining birthright or something like that, full retainment of birthright, you know, something like that. FRB, fully retaining birthright. American Indian fully retained, something, you know, so we're going to have safeguards, because we see that that's how commerce gypped us out of our birthright. A series of promises made. In the Dane video I watched, it brought home once again how the South was cut off from commerce. So they were brought to their knees, and they were being occupied by the United States military, the foreign governments, the foreign corporation masquerading as a government had their military all around the border. So the South were literally starving. They were being like choked out. You know, the North said, if you don't do business with us, you ain't doing business with nobody. You are going to be part of this United States. You're not seceding. Although the South had every right to secede if they wanted to. And we knew we could do it, you know, but the North and Lincoln and all of that, he was the president of the North, baby. He really was not the lawful president of the South. Okay, he created a new version of the corporation that was not the United States of America. It was the United States. Another word spell, you know, we think, oh, it's the same thing as the United States of America. Not on paper. Not on paper. So this is how the spell works. They start shortening or abbreviating things, and you just assume that that abbreviation is on the original contract, and it's not. You can't abbreviate something that's not in the contract and think it's the same thing. It's not. It's a whole, and it gets to do things outside of what the original entity that signed the contract was obligated to. So the doppelganger, the double, doesn't have to do, the abbreviated double does not have to do what the full named entity has to do. So the full name, and it becomes a storefront. The full name entity becomes a storefront for, like, the United Nations is the storefront for the UN. The UN don't got no obligation to anything that the United Nations agreed to. So we have to learn, I think, just the basics of commerce. You can't abbreviate something that was made, it incorporated as one thing, and it never said in the original incorporation that, oh, at some point we're just going to be called the United States. No, it was the United States of America. And they know that people don't know how the contracts work. They know that we just think, oh, it's okay to call Kentucky Fried Chicken KFC. It's okay to call the United Nations, the UN. It's okay to call the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI. No, it's not. Those are all storefronts. So in our new government amongst Indians, where trade will be what we do, we're not going to even use the term commerce anymore. It's like a bad nightmare. That's, you know, sometimes I think how the World Trade Center was demolitioned, and I really feel like that was some kind of ritual to stop trade and officially make commerce, you know, the thing. You know, it was like getting rid of that term trade, you know. But that's just a thought. What brings me to the video today, I happen to be, you know, doing a little, sometimes I just like to binge on music videos. And one of the videos that came up was a actually it's an Eddie Murphy video featuring Michael Jackson. And an image in the beginning of the video intrigued me. So we're going to get into that. So give me a minute, and I shall return. Just have to pause quickly, and we shall be right back. We're back. So we want to try to get to it. The image that flashed on the Eddie Murphy Michael Jackson video was this. And I remember thinking to myself, turtles and elephants and globes. Oh no. I became intrigued by, what does this mean? Now, we say that America is Turtle Island. A segment of Indians have deemed America as Turtle Island. This is not what they meant. I don't believe that this is what they meant. But the point is, in other words, when they call America Turtle Island, this is not the image, I believe, that we think they are talking about, right? But we have to, it's like, look at this picture and then maybe think of what happens in certain type of legalese word spells. Like when someone says person, you think of another man or woman like yourself. And that's what a person is. So that's your thought. You never think of Amazon as a person, but it is. Amazon is also a person in commerce. The laws have made it so that now commercial entities can have the same, like, in other words, like constitutional rights as a man or woman, right? So you have a doppelganger, once again, a storefront type of thing going on, sort of, where your immediate thought when you think of the word person is the face of a man or a woman. The body, the face of a man, the person, you know, a man or woman, or, you know, child. When we say Turtle Island, I think Indians want to think of America. But this is a dubious, we're stepping into the world of dubiousness, of grabs and replacements and substitutes, changelings, doppelgangers, doubles, forked tongue, semantics, a world of semantics. And in one of my videos, I remember saying something to the effect of, we really want to limit the use of anything, any word, anything that has multiple meanings. So when an Indian says Turtle Island, he might have one picture. When the world thinks of Turtle Island, they're thinking of the entire Earth as depicted in this picture that we're looking at. Now, this has nothing to do, this is fair use, has nothing to do with Michael Jackson or Eddie Murphy, but it was an image that was flashed in the beginning of the video at the top here. What's up with you? Now, it got cut off when I grabbed the shot, but you can see at the top of the screen, it's Eddie Murphy featuring Michael Jackson. What's Up With You is the name of the video. Actually a good song. But it just, you know, this image, it brought up my Indian. I was just trying to chill, have a good day listening to music, and boom, okay, now I have to figure out what the hell is this, why did they show this? Let's rewind a little bit. What is Heru's thought on America as Turtle Island? Respectfully, Algonquins did not have this creation story. Our creation story involved a muskrat, not a turtle. And in this video, I'm telling you right now what we're going to see. I'll just jump ahead because what we're going to find, this image you're looking at is not an exclusively American image. You're sharing it in an international jurisdiction, and I'm telling you, you don't want an international jurisdiction. I don't care how much it appeals to your sensibilities. It's a grab. I'm telling you, it's a grab. When we formulated this nation, even when we formulated the United States, we did not have an international jurisdiction in mind when we did that. We were fighting for our sovereignty in that Revolutionary War, because I'm going to say it this way, Indians must have realized if we don't get involved in the fight going, there's three parties here. There's a group of people that look like us, and then there's Europeans that look Caucasian. So it was a three-party deal, and we actually have three different kinds of citizenships. For the three parties is how one Indian explains it, and it makes a lot of sense to me. But what the entity did was erase two of those versions of America. There was one version of America that was always going to be the home of the Indians. That was the primary. Then there was another one that where we were entertaining Negropeans, and these are the ones really that we are at war with. Is how I see it. And the incidental was the Caucasian European. Now the Negropean royalty, from what my research has shown me, that was the whole plan, to come here looking like our brother, but then to meld us together. Together, we would appear to take a back seat to the Caucasian European, but that was the plan of the Negropean. See, we got tricked by our brother again. Let's call him Jacob, just for fun. The trickster, because he has a lot in common with that character. I think he is that character. I truly do. I think it is an allegory for the Negropean. So sometimes when I hear our Indians saying we have to unite, I want to caution them. You got to be very careful, because it is not the European Caucasian. It's not the Caucasian European that is orchestrating what we're seeing happening. The Negropean is the one who got expelled from Tamari in ancient times. And that brother has a grudge as bigger than the one in the movie, The Grudge. If you thought that was scary, you ain't seen nothing. But, you know, at this point, we have seen a lot going on our landmass. We watching a whole damn genocide unravel before our eyes, wondering why is this corporation insisting on dumping foreigners here? Well, there's a genocide happening, and we don't want to miss a beat, right? Corporation, we want to fill those empty you know, squares. So they like to talk in terms of everyone having a square. So they filling up that checkerboard with the immigrants, because they know damn well, and they will never report it, the die-off that's occurring from the genocide. And as a sovereign Indian, I am free to speak. I retain my rights above and beyond any corporate entity, any monarchy, any church institution. On your landmass, you will have the authority. On my landmass, I have the authority. I speak freely. Of course, the corporation, little franchises they can, you know, as they say, put you in what they call YouTube prison or Facebook prison, whatever, a jail. See, that's how the corporation extends into other corporations to do the bidding that the one masquerading as a government can't do, but he can have the actual corporation do, like Facebook, YouTube. Now they can do the bidding of the larger, they are part of one and the same, okay? It's the government corporation that is giving cues to the actual what shall we call them? The same thing as the corporation. So there's nothing else to call them but corporation. It's one corporation feeding the script to the non-governmental corporation, shall we say? Because there's a government corporation, and then there's like a non-government corporation like Amazon or Facebook or YouTube. But from behind the scenes, the larger corporation that's masquerading as a government is making all kinds of regulations and guidelines on how, you know, the other non-government corporations, what they can do. And they can do whatever the hell they want. They're a person, right? number one. And they also, so they can censor us where the government has to pretend that it's about free speech. It is not about free speech. The corporate entity masquerading as a government is not about free speech. It can't say that to you directly, but it can have the YouTubes, the Facebooks, the, you know, that's how they, you see how that works? That's why we don't want to be a corporation. We don't want to go by corporate laws. They find a way to supersede your land laws, law of the land. Law of the land, you are like a king if it's your birthright. You are the king or queen of that land. You are sovereign. Now, this corporate thing comes along, and little by little, the king and the queen are finding that they can't talk. When they say something, they're in YouTube prison or Facebook prison. It's like, wait a minute, you're infringing on my sovereignty. Why are you doing that? Who is telling you that I can't speak? And why does it matter to you what I'm saying? Free speech means free speech. The right to carry is the right to carry. Talk about arms. So what is all this conflama, whatever you want, I don't even know what to call it. I just made up a word. What is all this riffraff nonsense that's actually superseding our, we look at the Constitution, it said we have a right to free speech. Why are we not going by that? Well, it's the same reason why we're not going by Indian not taxed. The corporate, that's what a corporation does, y'all. Little by little, you're wondering, well, what does it mean when you have free speech, but you don't? What is that called? It's called corporate takeover of the law of the land. It's called laws of commerce censoring you because there's some kind of thing where it says it has to protect other people's feelings, whatever. Look, if someone doesn't like being in a free country, they can go back to where they came from. So if they don't like free speech in America, go to your communist homeland where you can be shut up, okay? Or whatever situation y'all got going. You see, this is why we also don't want an international jurisdiction. There's too many types of shall we say, governments going on for all of us. But you see, once they do lump us together, that won't be the case anymore. Do you see how international jurisdiction can fuck you? And pardon my French, somebody got to say it. We don't want an international jurisdiction, y'all. We already got commerce flooding over your sovereignty. The next big thing would be international jurisdiction that will also flood over your sovereignty. Because it's not about you anymore. It's about how you fit in. Or why are we having to fit in, though? That's why there's different continents. You got your shit going on. I got my shit going on. And so-and-so got their shit going on. And we don't need to be orchestrated by some poor soul that wishes to rule the world. You don't have to do that. Go in the part of the world where you would have a birthright and sit your little ass down and be the king over there, because you can't be the king for everybody. But you see, this is what somewhere in Negropeandom, this is what the desire is: to rule the world. How can they do that? With an international jurisdiction. Y'all gonna think twice about international jurisdiction when you listen to Heru, okay? You're going to think twice about that, because right now I think Indians feel like, oh, we have a big daddy over yonder the sea. No, you don't. You got your brother over the sea. The brother that you kicked out years ago because he was trying to pull this bullshit way back in the day. But back then it was more a direct affront to your ancestors. So we saw the game, we peeped the game. Now it's come back in commerce. And then the next phase is international law. That's going to be law of, and that is just like commerce. International law is a sea jurisdiction, no land involved, baby. You become land is like a secondary thing when you're dealing with international. It's a grab. If you can't see that, you need to open your eyes. Your little Indian eyes that woke up during this awakening. Okay, now you gotta put some binoculars on or something, because you got his peep game. You don't want an international jurisdiction, whether you got it coming from an UNDRIP or an ADRIP. You don't want it. It's a grab. It's superseding rights you already have. Let me say that again. It is attempting to supersede rights you already have, but you don't know that you have. And the corporation that created these international entities ain't trying to tell you about Indian not taxed, what it really means. So it's going to blind you with an international. And let me reel it back to this picture. Oh, Peru start talking and forget what the damn subject was. I gotta stop that, y'all. I got to stop that. But what you're looking at, y'all, is why you don't want Turtle Island. It has already been, shall we say, hijacked. It's in the international. You're looking at an international symbol, y'all. This has nothing to do with America exclusively. Okay? And you will find a turtle. Well, we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. What is that turtle? What is that symbol? Where does he come from? Where do elephants come from? Well, we should know where the globe came from. Church of Rome was pushing for that one. It's more of a Sumerian creation, and Sumeria is not the oldest civilization. If you watch my videos, you'll see what our breakdown of that was. So you're looking at, well, let's take a look at what we're looking at. How are we going to do this? I wanted to revisit the Iroquois, what they say about the turtle, but I'm not sure I want to even go that route. Do I want to just jump to the turtle? Here's an interesting visual as well. So we have a world above the Iroquois world. This is this imagery. It's a lot going on, y'all. But this has something to see. This has something to do with Sky Woman. So the Iroquois had a creation story about a sky woman that fell to a very watery world. This is a sea jurisdiction, y'all. I'm telling you right now. The hijack started amongst Indians. So there was a world, and I'm going to have to, I can only assume this was Algonquin up here. And I know y'all don't like when I go Algonquin with it, because you want to keep it broad and make it apply to all Indians. If we don't get the Algonquin Iroquois thing right, history will repeat itself. I'll let you figure out what that means. So I'm sorry, we have to go there. I know it's uncomfortable. If you're not an Algonquin, you're going to say, look, I don't want to hear about your sob story. Okay. And I understand that. I don't want to hear about it. It pisses me all the way off. Okay. But we have to look at this. Now, if we already have a world up here, then why do we need this one down here? And which is a water world, a sea jurisdiction. Here we have a land jurisdiction. Okay. This imagery is taken from the Sky Woman creation story of the Iroquois. Okay. What happened to the world up here? They have a whole narrative, but I want us to look at this imagery. So before the turtle, there was already another world, you mean? And it was a land soil jurisdiction? Is that what you're telling me? And we were on the same land us Iroquois and Algonquin. So we would have shared this type of scenery. But when you have a break off, then you get a turtle who lives in the sea. So a woman falls from, we're going to call this Algonquin land, right? That's the only thing I could think it could possibly be, because Algonquins didn't have a turtle creation story, okay? So the turtle story picks up with a water world. And then you have, it kind of reminds me of the world that we see first in the Bible. I hate to go there with it, but it's a water world. So something is trying to make us think that before land was water. Okay? And somehow the land, like a turtle, it floats on the water. It's not holding the water. So a whole reality change took place. Because if you're on a turtle, that turtle is not solid foundation. He's just basically floating in the water. So it's not solid ground. So I just wanted to point this imagery. This world required something from the real world. And why would it be a woman? Well, you want to create a new world. You're going to need a woman, right, to populate that world, right? This reminds me also of the Sophia drama, the woman who fell from the aeons. And this could be Sophia. Well, some people like to call it Sophia. Sophia. But my question is, what happened to the world up here? Well, I'm going to tell you what happened. This one is hijacking it. It's beginning here when the whole beginning was up here. This is where indigenous people live, up here. This is where you get your other, shall we say, the genetic recreated, the genetically altered. So something wants a world where it's not the firstborn that is in charge. In fact, the firstborn is not even first anymore. It's spoken about quickly, but the whole drama starts here in a world that is a sea world. This world requires international jurisdiction. Water is international, you might say. So we're not dealing with any people. We're not dealing with birthrights. We're superseding all of that. That's what commerce does. And there's your turtle. So this is now going to be the new savior. Now, we had a whole landmass up here, right? Which was much bigger than, look how big that is. And it's in a heavenly position, shall we say. This is more, we're going to hell, y'all. Look at the sky in this world. Look where the sun is coming from. Look at the sky in this world. Look how peaceful that world looks. It's interesting because it's like they really don't want to show the indigenous up here. You got one man up here, and then so you need his DNA or whatever through the female or whatever, so you can repopulate a world on a turtle's back. When you look at this image, be real with me, y'all. Now, I'm asking you to be a real Indian now, whether you're Iroquois or Algonquin, and I want you to go into your soul place. Where would you rather live? Just looking at the picture and let your senses take over, baby. Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell yourself the truth. This is an Iroquois story, y'all. And it begins down here. But this is the firstborn being hijacked by the secondborn. Where would you? And I know some smart ass Indians gonna say, "Well, I like to swim. I take my chances at the underworld. I don't mind being in the underworld." That was a good movie with the werewolves and the vampires. I like that the kung fu vampires. I like that action. I'm looking at this, y'all, and I'm telling you right now, I know, well, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna choose this. It's a very gloomy world. It's a sad world. It's a world, to me, I'm looking at death. Because if I have to swim, I'm going to get tired at some point. I'm not a fucking fish, y'all. And I don't want to live on a turtle because that is not stability for me as a man of the land. Okay? I'm going to go for up here, y'all. And I'm not talking about being up in the sky with Jesus. Okay? Nah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you're looking at. Real life. This woman could be Pocahontas now that I'm going a little deeper. That woman might be Pocahontas or archetype for Pocahontas. That could be Paramount Chief Powhatan. That's the first thing the Europeans saw. Let's make it specific. First thing the English Europeans saw. The first thing the French saw was in the Carolinas. Yeah, but that was all, it was all Chief Powhatan territory, all of it. All of it is my understanding. He was the paramount chief from North Carolina right on up to, up here. Excuse me, up here, like yeah, the East Coast. It was all Algonquian, okay? So you Indians are going to be real with yourself and tell me why you would choose the underworld here. It is, and it's not something I'm making up. Look at the position. It's an underworld. This is an upper world. Okay, so we'll make it big. There you have it, Sky Woman and the Sea Turtle. This is the Iroquois story. See, the Iroquois, are we criticizing them? No. I think what the Iroquois are telling us is that they were once part of this world. A disagreement, apparently, made them go to the dark side. I think this is what the Iroquois are telling us. They're trying, they're not outward saying it, but they had a beef with Algonquin for a reason, right? And they were like a break off. And oftentimes you feel for the underdog. I think our natural inclination is, yeah, some kind of injustice took place and you wasn't having it and you broke off. And you did so even though you knew you would be a smaller entity. But the rift was so bad that you had to, and it was a disagreement that you did not agree. I don't know what it was, but I'm inclined to think that it wasn't something that should have led to the disappearance of Algonquin if it were right, if it were a more righteous and fair thing. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it was not a meeting of minds. It's just, this is whatever this rift is. Again, I feel like if we don't address it, this wound could lead to all of this repeating itself if it's not resolved. And we'd have to really find out what made this breach of happen that caused Indians all over the Americas was affected by the breach between Algonquin and Iroquois, because it ended up where all Indians became Negro, colored, because of this breach. This is how serious this breach is. So it is worth some time to talk about, in my opinion. Okay, so what next? I want to talk about, I'm not going to go with the Iroquois creation story. Let's revisit the Algonquin story, okay? Because we know everybody talks about a turtle. We really don't need to really go through it. This is the one no one really talks about, so let's read it. Below is the Algonquin Indian creation story, okay? In the beginning of creation, there was nothing but water everywhere. Uh-oh. And no land could be seen. Okay, that's interesting. So they have a water world, okay? Now, I guess it seems to coincide with that Iroquois version. But let's see what we can get out of here, okay? In the beginning of creation, there was nothing but water everywhere. And no land could be seen. On the waves, a canoe floated, and a man sat in it and wept because he had no idea what would happen. After a while, a muskrat climbed onto the canoe and said, "Greetings, grandfather. Why are you crying?" The man answered, "I have been here a long time, and I cannot find any land." The muskrat replied, "But there is earth under all this water." But again, it's the earth that's carrying the water. I think maybe that's a distinction we could make. It's not the other way around. The water can't be here without land, okay? So what I'm trying to say is commerce should not rule over the land, because the land is actually holding the commerce. It's not, see, the way they have commerce flooding the land and we're all in a sea jurisdiction, there's no law for men and women, we're all in boats like this thing here. The man asked the muskrat to get him some land, and the muskrat dove down and came up with both paws full of mud. He dove again and brought up a ball of earth in his mouth. The man did not think this was enough land to live on. The man asked the muskrat if he was all alone, and the muskrat answered no. The muskrat gave out a call, and the animal chiefs of the waters swam up to the canoe. The first to come was a white muskrat. Okay, so I'm to assume that the first muskrat was not white. This is interesting. I think we're being let in on a little something here. So the first muskrat was not quote unquote white. What was he, brown? Was he copper colored? That's what the implication is here. "I hear that you want to see us," the white muskrat said to the man. "Yes," answered the man, "I want you to bring me some earth so I can make the world. I will make it a good world where we can all live." The animals agreed, and they all began to dive. They all brought up earth, and the man they called grandfather kneaded the mud that they brought and molded it into a long column that reached from the surface of the water to the earth beneath it. This is a completely different creation story. Now we have the water, but I'm really wondering now, is this the truth? I question everything, y'all, even Algonquin stuff. Yep. Because the Iroquois, I'll give them that. They saw land first, you know, they're, at least in this story, there is land. So I think this part of the story this is what I think. I think in both cases, this part of the story is not being talked about. Remember, Algonquins are effectively no longer, okay? So your stories, they're up for editing. But clearly, the Iroquois, they knew of a land above the water. Okay. So I don't know about this water world, y'all. I really, truly don't. I really, truly don't. I think at this point, the hijack is so worldwide that anything that talks about land first, the world of commerce don't want to hear about that, because that makes land first. When we are dominated by commerce, they're erasing birthrights, y'all. That's what international does. It sets you all into a jurisdiction that does not consider that you even need land. Your landlords will have that once you're in an international jurisdiction. And you won't be it anymore because you gave it up for an international. Now you had a national, but you were psyoped, just like you were. Think about when you were offered citizenship. We thought that was the best thing since sliced bread, didn't we, Indians? Didn't our great grandmothers thought, here we go, because the South was doing bad when they was being cut off from commerce or trade, I should say. So we're going to give you something. Okay, we see your pain, but we will allow you to become a citizen of, So we thought that was great, right? You got to see international jurisdiction the exact same way. It's another hijack, y'all. Anything that's not distinctively calling you an American Indian and lumping you together with other races and other peoples and calling you all indigenous and aboriginal and everything that's not in the Constitution, you've got to know what's going on. Wake up, my Indians, please. Please wake up. I'm tired of feeling that there's only one Indian in the world and that's me. But you know why? It's a consciousness. It's not just me. It's a consciousness. And the ancestors know how to spread. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. They know how to, shall we say, increase. It starts out with a mindset, and the ancestors will do the rest. The ancestors will make it happen. And I know that sounds almost like waiting for Jesus. It's not quite, because Jesus is not your ancestor. But that was the whole point, y'all. When those that got expelled from ancient Timeri America, they were trying to erase your ancestors because they wanted to change their names. They wanted to change how they looked. They were all copper-colored. They were all copper-colored. But the new idea, the new world order was, what if we gave them a makeover? And our Timerians was not here for it. They're like, no, this was what, thousands of years of our culture, and you want to give it all up for a deity that doesn't look like us? And we're supposed to think that's going to end up well for us. You're genociding our deity, and then that's going to happen to us. So what am I saying? I'm saying this is how it works. Now, if we tap back into our real ancestors, now they can work for. In other words, the idea was to cut you off from your ancestors. But now that we're tapping into them again, the potential is off the chart. I think we Indians have to be mindful of the rift between Algonquins and Iroquois. And we have to be of a mind that we need to come to a meeting of minds if possible. And one that it doesn't mean, oh no, you get kicked off your land and I take all of it. No. That's not how it's going to work. Nope. No. But that is what happened, Why should, even if there was some kind of inequity, is it fair to completely remove or, basically take out a whole nation of Indians off their land? Is that the right thing to do? So you didn't like that they had the land. So your response is, I'm going to just kick you completely off. No, you have to make some kind of compromise. You don't kick me off. No, you don't get to do that. So this is what we're speaking into existence. And I'm speaking to the ancestors, and I have every reason to believe that they are okay with this, especially the Algonquian ones. What happened was not, it wasn't a fix to the problem. Okay, Iroquois I obviously had an issue with how land was being divided, and they decided that the way that they're going to solve the problem is we're going to just get rid of you. No, that's not how you solve the problem. You gotta have to come to some kind of meeting of the minds. It's gonna have to work for both of us. So whatever that is, that's what has to happen. So now we go back to the story we were reading. The first to come up was a white muskrat. I hear that you want to see us, the white muskrat said to the man. Yes, answered the man, I want you to bring me some earth so I can make the world. I will make it a good world where we can all live. The animals agreed, and they all began to die. They all brought up earth, and the man they called grandfather kneaded the mud that they brought and molded it into a long column that reached from the surface of the water to the earth beneath it, and continued to add with the help of the animals. In time, they would create a world of trees, mountains, and beauty for all to live. That's it, y'all. There was no death. There's no animals dying. So that for that, we might have to, and we're not going to look at their Algonquin Indian because we know that's a Mongoloid, right? We already talked about that. Let's not go there today. Let's not go there. We know that's a Mongoloid that's up there, right? We saw him in the last video. We're not doing him today, okay? We're not doing that today. So right now, I think we do have to look at the Iroquois Turtle Island. Okay, let's look at the turtle. So this is the Iroquois version. This is the Turtle Island story. Okay, man, and I don't want to read 11 pages. I like it short and sweet, to be honest with you. So the first thing we see is now we did read this. Did I want to go there? It is important that we note Lenape. Now, in the first one, we noted the muskrat, right? Remember the muskrat. And we want to look at this image again to know that the turtle is not exclusive to America when it has elephants, and not just America, but the globe. So what is this image saying to me right off the bat? There's a new world order that's going to be built upon something the Iroquois created. And because this turtle grows bigger and bigger and bigger, it eventually obviously becomes the whole entire earth. That's why the turtle, now we thought, when I started reading this, I thought it was, see, now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting it. See, that's how the ancestors do. That's how they do. So why do we have a turtle that grows bigger? Because he's grabbing jurisdiction. He will become just what we see in this picture. Everything will be built on his back. What is he? He is Iroquois. He's not Algonquin, y'all. The muskrat is Algonquin. The turtle is Iroquois. And once he grows full size, he grabs the entire, now the globe we know is a psyop. So right there, this image is saying a lot, y'all. I call it a psyop on top of a psyop, topped by a psyop. That's what I see, okay? And that's just how I say it. It's just a way of saying it. Right? That's what I see. But remember, this world belongs to Iroquois, and there's no other Indian on it. let alone Algonquins. Now, you Indians are going to tell me, you're going to lie to my face, and you're going to tell me all Indians believe that. And I'm going to look at you, Indian to Indian. I'm going to say you're a damn liar, brother to brother. This is not a universal story. The turtle is not a universal. It wants to be. Okay, that's why it grows and grows and grows and grows. I didn't realize until I started doing this video just now that the ultimate goal is to rule the what? Globe it created, because we are not on a globe. Okay. A globe, another thing I just realized, and you'll tell me what you think, but a globe really is something where the sea is dominating again. Because first of all, we got to wonder, how does the sea stay attached to something like this in the sky? So you telling me that water, with the earth spinning and going around the sun, and while it's spinning, this water is just going to stay attached. Okay, all of this is fictitious, y'all. It's not. See what the Iroquois are doing, and I'm going to say let's say it must be the chiefs of the Iroquois, because like we said, it's never the little man, right? And that applies to Indians as well. I always apply it to Africans. So when you go with a flat earth, you know for damn sure that the water is not the dominant thing, because what's holding that flat earth, what is holding that flat water is earth. Okay. With this, it's outside of nature. This globe is outside of the realm of reality. Water does not cling to balls in any scientific experiment. Okay. This cannot be recreated in a scientific experiment. Okay. Now you can create a small version of a flat earth in a scientific experiment. You can. This will never be. Okay, so that's a crash little lesson in flat earth, but this is not a flat earth video, okay? But I just realized why the globe is important, because it's a water world where it's mostly water. Now the flat earth, it's not, how do we say this? Something is holding that water in place, and the land literally goes around the water. It's like, some people describe it as a puddle. And the edges are the cold regions that's holding, but that's also has something to do with land, is my understanding. Right? Regardless, this is a psyop. This for sure. Okay. But we want to remember, the turtle grew and grew, and it became the foundation of the whole earth. That's how the Iroquois dominate the world. They become the primary. This thing, the turtle, did not even exist. We just read the Algonquin creation story. What did we have? A muskrat. We didn't even have a turtle. Okay. So I think we do have to, let's see. Actually, I might want to read the short version, the 2-pager. I'm sorry. I don't feel like doing 11 pages. We might check it, but let's go. So this is the Iroquois origin story from the Khan Academy website, fair use, I guess. The Iroquois people of North America spoke this story. This is by Cynthia Stokes Brown. So the Iroquois people of, I'm sorry, some of the pictures did not come out. So that's why you see this illustration. It didn't come out. The illustration of prayer, I think, if there was a picture there, it's not there anymore, is what I'm saying. Yeah, see, there's another thing. It's not there. The engraving, okay, it's not there. Okay. So that's why you see all that stuff. Sometimes when you convert something, the pictures don't come through. The Iroquois people of North America spoke this story. Settlers from Europe wrote it down.
This story comes from the Iroquois people in North America. In the 1400s, they formed a federation of 5 separate tribes in what is now New York State. The Iroquois did not use writing, so they told this story orally until settlers from Europe wrote it down. I never heard that Iroquois did not write, so I have a little bit of an issue there. Well, how did they write the Great Law of Peace, though? They you know, anyway, the first people lived beyond the sky. The first people. We saw the picture of Sky Woman, right? So they Earth was in the sky. This is what I'm gathering. Okay. The first people lived beyond the sky because there was no earth beneath. The chief's daughter became ill and no cure could be found. A wise old man told them to dig up a tree and lay the girl beside the hole. Interesting. People began to dig, but as they did, the tree fell right through the hole, dragging the girl with it. Okay. Below lay an endless sheet of water where 2 swans floated. As the swans looked up, they saw the sky break. Now, there was earth up in that picture that we looked at, right? All right, okay, so they're not talking about it being an earth. They're going to call it heaven. Okay, whatever. They saw the sky break and a strange tree fell down into the water. Then they saw the girl fall after it. They swam to her and supported her because she was too beautiful to allow her to drown. Then they swam to the great turtle, okay, master of all the animals. Now, reading this story, in the first story, there was no master, so there was no slave. I'm just going to say it like that, okay? Let me just say that how it's supposed to come out, okay? Master of all the animals. But who invented the turtle, though? That was Iroquois, right? So who's making the turtle master of not only all the animals, but the whole? Well, we need to look at that picture again. Okay, that's master. Okay, all right. So let's go back to this story. Is this where we was? Yes. Okay. So the sky broke and a strange tree fell down in the water. Then they saw the girl fall after it. They swam to her and supported her because she was too beautiful to allow her to drown. Then they swam to the great turtle, master of all the animals. See, in the first one, there was no, all the animals were of equal. There was no master. You could call this, can we call him Lord, perhaps? So we can see that it correlates somewhat to the Bible, because first there was God, right? And then there was a Lord God. Thank you, Chief Palinago. He points that out so often. Is this the Lord? Because he now needs a title, master. There's something about this second brother. When I'm just going with the analogy that comes to me. He's really got, in other words, his ego is involved in him being ruler is all about his ego. Now, the firstborn, it's his duty. It's what his ancestors expect. It is protocol. It is law of the land. The second brother, he doesn't have all of that. What is his rulership built on? Ego, domination. I don't want them to ever find out about law of the land, where firstborns, they get they get to be king first. Okay. I don't want to wait for that bullshit. I'm going to get rid of my brother and I'm going to take over. And then it's going to be a ritual of death. I talked about this in one of the versions of the videos. Why we read, did we read about how the animals had to die? Let's see. Let's see if we can get to that. Let's see if we can get that. They swam to the great turtle, master of all the animals. Since when has we ever heard a turtle as the master? I've never heard that before. It's interesting. I don't know how that would be, but I guess when he's elevated to elevates himself, that's what he becomes, right? Of all the animals who at once called the council. That must be the 5 tribes. Okay. When all the animals had arrived, the great turtle told them that the appearance of a woman from the sky was a sign of good fortune, like having a spot of bad luck. Since the tree had earth on its roots, he asked them to find where it had sunk. Now, they're not trying to go up where it came from. You could get some birds and fly up through the hole and go back to the original, couldn't you? But nope, they like to live in the sea. They want to recreate another world, right? So the turtle could dominate, okay? Since the tree had earth on its roots, he asked them to find where it had sank. So you'd rather go in the ocean to become great. You don't want to go where the land dirt came from. You don't want to go to the origin of where the earth came from. You want to instead deep dive. You want a sea domination. Why not just go up? Get the birds. There was some birds. I saw birds in that picture. Did y'all see all them birds? You got 2 swans. Don't they fly? Do they? I don't know. But we got bird life somehow in the whole water world. Don't ask me how. I guess they was all the turtle back all the whole damn time. They all, yeah. But there was a lot of birds in that picture that we saw. Couldn't they go up and get some, can't they go up? The turtle could live on land. Can't it just get the animal, the master? Can he get all the animals to lift that fat ass up and go through the hole and be where in the old world order? I know he want to be master of the underworld. Okay. The great turtle told them that the appearance of a woman from the sky was a good sign of good fortune. Since the tree had earth on its roots, he asked them to find where it had sunk and bring up some of the earth to put on his back to make an island for the woman to live on. The swans led the animals to the place where the tree had fallen. First, otter, then muskrat. Okay, so muskrat is secondary. But we do have a muskrat. You see, who's borrowing from who? Who came first, y'all? I'm just going to let that sit with you. Was Iroquois first, y'all? Now, this is not a diss to Iroquois. It's just, what's the order? But what we have something that in their story, the first is an otter. So you're hijacking the firstborn in the original story. You're adding a turtle, but the muskrat is a sign that you are borrowing from something that preceded you. This is how I'm seeing this. The swans led the animals to the place where the tree had fallen. That had to be underwater, right? Okay. All right. So that's why they were dying. Then muskrat and the beaver died. Okay, so they had to go underwater. As each one came up from the great depths, he rolled over, exhausted, and what? Died. This creation story I read, and we might revisit that. Death is somehow needed for this secondary creation. Now, in the first creation, you didn't need death. It's all about life. But this second thing requires some kind of sacrifice that has to be, it's like it becomes a ritual. You see what I'm saying? That's all the ancestors gave me. I hope it becomes a little clearer. But I remember death is introduced in a creation story. Now, in a creation story, I would think that it's all about life first. But in this creation story, we have the first something died. So now you have the idea of sacrifice. In this secondary story, sacrifices have to be made. Who are they appeasing? Is it to give to the one that was slain? In the Osar myth, the brother was murdered. The real king was murdered by the one who wanted to be king, his brother, his own brother. So the death, is that now like pouring a libation to the dead? So you have to, are you appeasing a king that you killed by first sacrificing something to him, perhaps? Is that what this is about? I really don't know the sacrifice part, but I know that death, in a secondary story, death and sacrifice become quite necessary. Quite necessary. Many other animals tried, but they experienced the same fate. What? They died. A lot of death in this quote unquote creation story. There was none of that in the Algonquin one. At last, the old lady toad volunteered. So now we got a toad. She was under so long that the others thought she had been lost. But at last, she came to the surface, and before dying, managed to spit out a mouthful of dirt on the back of the turtle, the great turtle. It was magical Earth. So here in this story now, you're being enchanted by things that are supernatural. The first story, it didn't really have anything supernatural. This one, we have magic. A sleight of hand. Wizardry. Witchcraft, perhaps. Spells. Magic. It was magical Earth. Now, Indians, do we need the Earth to be magical, or do we just need it to grow our food? Is that all the magic we need? We don't need special magical Earth, right? We need the magic of the ancestors, right? But not magical Earth. So the Earth that's on the turtle's back is magical. It's not like any other Earth. Now, it came from above, right? But suddenly it becomes magical. And had the power of growth. No, it was a desire that the creators of the story had for growth. So they made the Earth magical. As soon as it was as big as an island, the woman was set down on it. The two white swans circled it while it continued to grow, until at last it became the World Island. World Island. Not America, but the World Island, as it is today, supported in the great waters on the back of a turtle. Why is it necessary for the turtle to be that grand? It's because it's something the creator, the turtle is linking you back to Iroquois. So who's really looking to dominate? It's not the turtle, y'all. It's those who dreamed them up. Now, I don't know why they're going with a turtle, but I think we're going to find out in this video. So that's the turtle. a story full of magic and death. There wasn't none of that in the Algonquin story. This is what I thought was interesting. Delaware. Delaware, also called Lenni Lenape or Lenape, a confederation of Algonquin-speaking North American Indians who occupied the Atlantic seaboard from Cape Henlopen, Delaware, to western Long Island. Before colonization, they were especially concentrated in the Delaware River Valley, for which the Confederation was named. However, the people traditionally refer to themselves as Lenape or Lenni Lenape, meaning the real people. Now, why did I pull this up? Okay. Let's see. This had some. Okay, let's just read. I forgot why I pulled this up, but let's see if I can regroup. Traditionally, the Delaware depended primarily on agriculture, with hunting and fishing as important additions to their economy. Summer farming communities numbered several hundred persons in winter. Smaller family bands traveled throughout smaller territories to hunt. I'm sorry, in winter, smaller family bands traveled throughout smaller territories to hunt. Delaware individuals were members of one of three clans based on maternal descent. Clans were in turn divided into lineages whose members generally lived together in a longhouse. Groups of longhouses formed the core of autonomous communities, of which there were probably 30 to 40 in 1600. A council consisting of lineage sachems or chiefs, and other distinguished men decided the public affairs of the community. The eldest woman of the lineage appointed and dismissed the sachem. Okay. The Delaware were the Native Americans most friendly to William Penn. They were rewarded by the infamous Walking Purchase, a treaty that deprived them of their own lands and forced them to settle on lands assigned to the Iroquois. Encroached on by European colonizers and dominated by the Iroquois after 1690, they drifted westward in stages, stopping on the Susquehanna, the Allegheny, and the Muskingum rivers in Ohio, and the White River in Indiana. After 60 years of displacement, Delaware individuals living beyond the Ohio River rekindle a tribal alliance, asserted their independence of the Iroquois, and opposed the advancing colonists. They defended the British general Edward Braddock in the French and Indian War, and at first supported the Americans in the Revolution. In the Treaty of Greenville, they ceded their Ohio lands. Many of the bands dispersed, but by 1835, some had gathered again in Kansas. Most of these were removed to Oklahoma in 1867. Delaware descendants numbered more than 16,900 in the early 21st century. I forgot why I posted this on my line of screenshots, but I thought I read that. Ooh, this might not have been it though. But it is interesting. Most friendly to William Penn, they were rewarded by the famous Walking Purchase, a treaty that deprived them of their own lands and forced them to settle on lands assigned to the Iroquois. So that's how they began mixing and matching the creation stories, because they basically were dominated. Here we see they were dominated by Iroquois. So their story involved a turtle as well. Now, we're not going to go into it, but I was wondering, why are these Algonquian speaking Indians here, as here we read up here, Algonquian speaking, right? Oh, what the hell just happened? I clicked on something and it took me off my page. Interesting. Why would it bring that up though? Jimmy, what was his name? Whatever that president's name was. But they were Algonquin speaking, but they were not like Algonquins. Why? Because they were, what is going on with the highlighter? Oh, Algonquin speaking. And I wondered what's going on with them, you know? Why do they have a turtle? Well, this is probably why we have this screenshot, because they were forced to settle on lands assigned to the Iroquois, encroached on by European colonizers, and dominated by the Iroquois after 1690. So that's where they incorporated the turtle. Before that, the Lenni Lenape were not about a turtle because they were Algonquin, okay? We read the Algonquin creation story, okay? So here's another version of the story. And as we see, that's why I had that screenshot. Lenape, they're the first thing mentioned, right? When it comes to talking about a turtle. Now, we see why they incorporated a turtle. They were dominated by the Iroquois. Okay, so Lenape. The Lenape story of the Great Turtle was first recorded by Europeans between 1678 and 1680. The story is shared by northeastern woodland tribes, only the Lenape, as far as I know. It's not all Northeast woodland tribes. It's the Lenape and the Iroquois Confederacy, and it was not an Algonquin. The turtle story is not Algonquin, point blank, period. We read it. We just read it. We have to go back to it. It was about a muskrat. Okay, there's no turtle. Let's do a word search. No turtles, okay? So wait, let's spell it right first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Heru, okay? Let's not do it. No turtles, okay? No turtles. Okay, so let's go back. So the Lenape believed that before creation there was nothing, an empty dark space. However, in the emptiness, there existed a spirit of the creator, Kishalamak. Oh gosh. Kishalamakang. Eventually, in that emptiness, he fell asleep. While he slept, he dreamt of the world as we know it today, the earth with mountains, forests, and animals. He also dreamt up man, and he saw the ceremonies man would perform. Then he woke up from his dream to the same nothingness he was living in before. Kishalamakang then started to create the earth as he had dreamt it. First, he created helper spirits, the grandfathers of the North, East, and West, and the grandmother of the South. Together, they created the earth as just as Kishalamank, oh God, let's call him Kishel for short. They created earth just as Kishel had dreamt it. One of their final acts was creating a special tree. So there's the tree. From the roots of this tree came the first man. And when the tree bent down and kissed the ground, a woman sprang from it. You see how the traditions are getting all discombobulated? There was a tree, there was a woman, and now they done made something. They melded together Iroquois story and Algonquin story, okay? All the animals and humans did their jobs on Earth until eventually a problem arose. There was a tooth, oh Lord, of a giant bear that could give the owner magical power. Here we got magic again. Watch out when magic is part of the story, y'all. It's not really it's going more in supernatural than natural. Okay. And the humans start to fight over it. Okay. Okay. Eventually, the wars got so bad that people moved away and made new tribes and new languages. See, they talk about the Iroquois breaking away, I believe, from the Algonquins. We start to fight over something. See, this I can appreciate. This is their Algonquin talking right now. This is the Lenape telling what happened, where the breaks took place and what there was something that we began to fight over. It probably was land. Okay, I think that because that's what the Iroquois took when Algonquins got reassigned to Canada. Okay, politically genocided in Northeast Woodland and replanted in Canada. New languages, like Iroquois. Kishel saw this fighting and decided to send a spirit down, Nanapush, to bring everyone back together. I mean, they're stretching, but I kind of can appreciate this Lenape story. They are, after all, Algonquin. So I'm feeling you, my brother, but I know you adding some Iroquois magic in there, so I'm a little side-eyeing, but I see you trying to you're trying to tell a story. You trying to, I hear you. He went on top of a mountain and started the first sacred fire, which gave off a smoke that caused all the people of the world to come investigate what it was. See, I get nervous when we talk about the world. It sounds like they're going to be a lot of immigrants coming, and that, I think ultimately this is what the Iroquois would need. I'm sorry, I know I'm picking on the Iroquois, but what I'm trying to do, family, I want us to see that there's a direct connection between colonization, the Great Law of Peace, the Iroquois, and how the British did things. Okay. And there's something there that we need to always be aware of so that it doesn't happen again. Whatever the rift was, I say it has to be addressed. We talk about reclaiming our land, but what's happening, I think what I might say is that old wounds are going to get opened, right? So now it's time to deal with them. We can't just go back to what we were, because what we were is why we're here today in this mess. So I know our Indians don't want to deal with this. I know right now they feel like, well, we got to all just get together. I'm finding out that really no, because not all our Indians want the same thing. I've, learning that the hard way. It's a learning process. Some of us want to be still under the federal system. I'm finding that the federal system, like a trained professional attorney by the name of Peter DeRico says, that federal Indian law, the phrase he coined, it's actually federal anti-Indian law. And we need to figure out as Indians, why would a lawyer say this? And doesn't he have more knowledge behind his words? Not like one of us who, we might want to do the right thing, but we're not clear, on what the system is, and see, that's where the Iroquois come in. Is I think really the Iroquois are fine with the system. I really think ultimately that's the only group of Indians that would like it to stay the same, y'all. And if you do wake up, some Indians would prefer that you still let don't change the land, stay in the states, be dominated by the states, because we don't want you back on your land. See, Indians, when you talk about wanting to come back, you have to have a footing. You can't come back in a commercial world. You will never. It's like being the Walking Dead. You're not really there. You're a dead entity in a dead world. The world of commerce is a dead world. That's why your name has to be capitalized. It's not really you, but it is taking all your life energy from you, meaning your sovereignty, making you a dead entity, dead to law. We don't want a commercial world, Indians. I know it seems appealing. Rethink that, because you're incorrect. We want a world based on the land. And if we want the land, we have to reclaim the land, not the state. We can't go to the state talking about, can you recognize me? You know, I didn't know before, but I know now. Okay. And that's the point. I learned, you know, I learned from a lawyer, a real lawyer, not someone who, you know, like me, who I'm just using the best of my knowledge. I think I'm doing a damn good job. I mean, we all can learn more, you know, but a lawyer, look him up. We you know, we talked about him, Mr. Derico. I keep calling him Derico. I hate that. He says federal Indian law is federal anti-Indian, because he says federal is anti-Indian. So if we come up under federal, we're going to be anti'd. They're going to give us a false sovereignty where they dominate. They can do anything. Now, what I want to point out quickly before we move further, what I didn't catch in that clip that we saw in my last video, I played a clip with Mr. Derico, and he said something that I didn't catch before. He spoke about how these Indian nations, on their reservations, the feds would come and just start mining. Why are they doing that? Because they don't, even on your reservation, y'all, listen, even on your reservation, they don't want you to find anything that could be of value. They're sucking the life out your land. Y'all, we don't want this. We want control of our land. And as a reservation Indian, we're not having that. The feds come in, march in on your land, and start drilling and deplete the wealth from your land. Because what? You're a dependent nation. So we telling the feds, you know, we're doing this in a peaceful, lawful manner. No, thank you. I want my sovereignty, what I had before you existed here. And that would be my linguistic lines. If we come back Indians, I'm telling you right now, we need land. And, you know, I've been in a conversation with some special Indians, and, you know, we're talking about that, you know, like, we literally have to go by those treaties, y'all. Like, look up your treaties, find out you were part of that, but we don't want the terms of the treaties. What we want is to recognize what a treaty means. What does a treaty mean, y'all? That's what's important to us as American Indians, not the terms of those treaties, because those terms were shitty. I just gotta say it how it was. The terms of the treaties were about being dominated, y'all. But the fact of the treaty is that they had to treat you like a foreign nation because you were not in their jurisdiction. We can't come back, y'all, and settle for being domestic dependent nations. No, we are first nation. You depend upon us. The feds depend upon us. And that was always supposed to be the case until they turned the tables. They were never supposed to dominate any Americans, including the immigrants, ironically. That's why they were fighting against monarch domination. They didn't want it from a corporation or a monarch. But that's what we all got. We all got lumped together as United States citizens, something that didn't exist before 1868. So what were we? We were Indians, not taxed, and we were free persons. We were state nationals or state citizens. We were not United States citizens. Okay, so if we're coming back Indians, the only thing we have to come back to is our linguistic lands. We can't come back to a state. That's a secondary, what do you call it? Entity. The first entity was Powhatan Confederacy land, Iroquois Confederacy land, Sioux Confederacy land, That's what we return to. That's where our sovereignty lives, y'all. And that's where we have final say. That's where we have all say. That's where we say, no, you will not be drilling on my land, federal entity. How dare you? How dare you? It's unconstitutional. But because we've all been reclassified as United States citizens, the Constitution doesn't even apply to us anymore. Yeah, run and catch that. Because it's a fact. You wondering why you feel disempowered? That's why. You don't have what you fought for. And Indians just got taken out of the equation altogether. So all the animals, we're reading, once again, this is the Lenape telling us, oh, it's like a conglomerate story that incorporates the Iroquois turtle and Algonquian creation story myths. So they made a new one, y'all. This is what the Lenape did. They created, it's okay. The problem I have with the Lenape at this point is that they're not going for original status. They're settling for a federal type of deal. And that's why we've seen some Lenni Lenapes who are, have a YouTube presence talking about they're studying law. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, we have a lawyer telling us what you're going to find out the hard way. You don't want to work for your employee when they are working for you. Okay? So the Lenni Lenape, I'm very sorry. You're not going about it the right way. None of us are. Because we just done forgot that Indian not tax is a status and not an exemption. You don't put exemptions in constitutions. Exemptions are for, again, I think I said this before. Exemptions don't apply carte blanche like a status in a constitution does. Like an exemption, you have to apply for it. You have to meet the qualifications for an exemption, for the tax exemption. But as Indians, there's nothing to qualify for. That's what we were unconditionally. It wasn't something that each Indian had to figure out. Do I qualify for being Indian not taxed? No. A tax exemption, you have to qualify for that, y'all. So what was it? A status. It was an Indian status, meaning we were not enumerated and we were not taxed. Because what? We were not in the federal system, like so many Indians are trying to be now. You're just asking for slavery. I'm sorry, Indians. I hate to. I'm not trying to show off. I'm not trying to. This is a fight for my damn life, okay? If you think that this is about standing on a soapbox and talking you down, think the fuck again, okay? We need Indians that want the real thing, okay? And that's the only way we're gonna get it. If we got a bunch of Indians reaching for the fucking fuckery, we're never gonna get it. None of us. Now we can do it on an individual level. I've come to conclude that yes, we can make our own individual declarations and create our status, and we stand on it. It's already created. But the thing is, when we do something like that, it's still, we're not like, I have to agree with Colinago. If you want to get the land involved, it takes more than one person to get a land, to get your land back, all of it, so we have to be organized enough to be numerous enough. And really, we're all here, we're just brainwashed. If we could get every quote unquote Black person that's standing on either Iroquois territory or Algonquin territory to see themselves as just that, we should be able to do it. You know why, Indians? Because that's what the corporation did to us. It just carte blanche grabbed us. It did. I mean, it did get us to do that paperwork. But as sovereign Indians, we should be able to do that by appealing to the reality that, look, Indians know what Indians look like. So as an Indian, I see what you're doing to this Indian, and I'm calling genocide. So you can't treat my brother bad and expect me to be okay with that and use, but see, a lot of our Indians are, I think the benefits and privileges look so appealing, but they are short-term and conditional. Your sovereignty is long-term, eternal, and not conditional. And it's something you could pass on. It's being the lender as opposed to being a borrower. As citizens, you're always borrowing. You're not in control of anything. You don't own anything. The government has taken it effectively. So they're going to lend it to you and rent it to you. You're paying for something that is yours, though. So anyway, let's keep reading. All the animals and humans did their jobs on Earth until eventually a problem arose. Okay, we got the fight. Okay. So Kishel saw this fighting and decided to send a spirit down, Nanapush, to bring everyone back together. He went on top of a mountain, sort of like Moses, I guess, and started the first sacred fire, sort of like Moses saw fire. So, that we see now where these stories are correlating, which gave off a smoke that caused all the people of the world to come investigate what it was. So they were at the bottom of the mountain, like it was in the Moses story, sort of kind of Nanapush. But we call them Nanapush. And, when they all came, Nanapush created a pipe with a sumac branch and a soapstone bowl, and that the creator gave him tobacco to smoke with. So he was talking to the creator like Moses was. We're going to take a quick break, and I shall be right back. Sorry. It's nature calls. I'm back. We're back. Pardon. I really had to go. Okay. So where do we leave? So we're seeing what I'm seeing as a sort of correlation with the Moses story. Okay. Nanapush created a pipe with a sumac branch and a soapstone bowl, and the creator gave him tobacco, to smoke with. Nanapush then told the people that whenever they fought with each other to sit down and smoke tobacco, in the pipe, and they would make decisions that were good for everyone. I actually appreciate my fellow Lenape to a degree with this part of the story. I mean, it sounds it's a peaceful effort. It's dealing with people not getting along. And no one knew that better than these Lenni Lenape, who were Algonquin, who were at odds with Iroquois, like all Algonquin were. The same bear tooth later caused a fight between two evil spirits. See? A giant toad. Now, we saw a toad in the flat out Iroquois version of the story, the lady toad, right? And she was the last one, but she died too, a lot of death in your Iroquois story. They were a very warring confederacy. That's why they had the law of peace. It wasn't for all Indians. It was trying to get they warring asses to stop and get along so they could, look, we trying to take over. Y'all got to work together, nigga. Come on, get it together. These Algonquin ain't playing, and we need to take that land, and we need to have some peace amongst us. But they were a warring group. That's why the law of peace exists. At one point, I thought it was for all Indians because we're led to believe that everything the Iroquois does is for all Indians. And it turned out it's just for them only. Just like they turtle story is, but every Indian loved talking about Turtle Island. See, here's what I want to say. If you keep using the imagery of a group that were, shall we say, in other words, you don't want to use imagery of someone who was against most Indians. You see what I'm saying? Like you might say, well, they the #1 Indian, so I'm gonna go with #1. No, 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 no. #1 means that they fucked over a whole landmass of other Indians. Okay, so when you keep insisting on Turtle and on this Turtle Island, you're just giving into their store takeover. You know, I hate to say that way. I'd rather us have our own stories like we had, because this thing, you got to remember the and I hate to say it again, if you get a one world religion, you're going to have a one people domination, and they're not going to stand for you having your own anything. It's going to be about, I'm dominating you, you know, and I did it through getting you to all agree to a certain religion or religions. But what you didn't know was that once you stepped into this arena, I'm the big dog in the house, not you. So it's like you best having your own story and requiring, like here we just read, we got to smoke and chill because look, we're not the same. We're not going to agree, and we don't have to. It's not about one dominating the other. You know, it's about you knowing that I'm an individual. I don't agree with you in everything you do and say. And you can't get some attitude and feel some kind of way about that. So Nana Push told the people that whenever they fought with each other to sit down and smoke a blunt. But I'm not talking about these blunts that we have nowadays. That's patent pending, and now the government is like, here, you can smoke weed now. And again, all people like, oh, goody, yay. You are so ripe for genocide. To you Indians that y'all can't see when you being led to the slaughter. Now, when the shit was illegal, that's when it was good, y'all. Whatever they got sending to all our communities, and we smoking it up like H2O or whatever. Oh, I'm sorry, or like what's like oxygen? I'm sorry. No, we're not sea creatures. We don't do H2O. That's water, right? Oops. But see, y'all are right for genocide. You got to get your mind right. You don't. When the colonizers say it's time to smoke, that's when you say it's time to not. And I hate, it's not, I'm not saying this to put Indians down. I'm saying your awareness has to go to that level. Baby, we at a certain a war. It's not that we want to be, but we are at a political, like it's like some kind of Cold War where we have a system that we're being blocked right now. There's so many of us talking about being Indians, and it is not getting anywhere into the mainstream. Not really, right? That's a war, y'all. You're being, what's the word when you get shadow blocked? You know, they do it on YouTube a lot. That I remember how at first I was so amazed that my comments would disappear or reappear. And then I found out that a lot of times it wasn't the YouTuber that was making things disappear. And I was like, oh, I remember some YouTuber told me, I did not take your comment down. I don't know who did. It wasn't me. Like, But yeah, Indians right now, this is like the height of the war too, because if you're talking about being Indian and the system that we're in is like, y'all crazy, you know what you're talking about. So pay no attention to the fools before you. That's genocide on the down low. So we got told now she's appearing in, so the Lenape are taking elements again of the Iroquois creation story because they were dominated by the Iroquois at a certain point. I think they had to get along. Like I said, they had to go along to get along, unfortunately. That's how they were able to keep somewhat in the northeast woodland area. And I'm going to say I not altogether mad at them about that. I just don't like that they are still being dominated by the feds. And I wish Indians understood that federal law is not our law, but you get these educated fools and they are acting, you could see the arrogance, Oh, you think you something because you studied the laws of commerce? The same laws that whooped your Indian ass into what you now you completely brainwashed because you think that you're supposed to work in their law system that you're not even supposed to be under, but you working in it. And you're saying the same rhetoric that they're telling us that, oh, you don't have no citizenship except you can only be a state citizen and or U.S. citizen. Well, that's true, but no, there's another type. There's another status. It's called Indian not taxed, and it's so sad that Indians don't know what that means. In other words, if they had their way, the Fed system would have not one real sovereign Indian on the planet. And it's up to Indians to make that change, y'all. The doctrine of discovery was denounced, by the way. Okay, so let's see now. Okay, and smoke that pipe, and they make decisions that were good for everyone. The same bear tooth later caused a fight between two evil spirits, a giant toad, we read about a toad, and an evil snake. The toad was in charge of all the waters, and amidst the fighting, he ate the tooth and the snake. The snake then proceeded to bite his side, I guess from inside out, releasing a great flood upon the earth from the toad. Okay. Nanopus saw the destruction and began climbing a mountain to avoid the flood. Now it sounds like Noah. Oh boy. All the while grabbing animals that he saw and sticking them in his sash. This is definitely Noetic. Noetic. At the top of the mountain, there was a cedar tree. Okay, that's okay. That he started to climb. Now we're going into Jack and the Beanstalk. All right. And as he climbed, he broke off limbs of the tree. When he got to the top of the tree, he pulled out his bow, played it. Now we got a little David on the harp going on, and sang a song that made the water stop. Nanapush then asked which animal he could put the branches and the rest of the animals on. There we go with the turtle. Top of the water. Okay, the turtle volunteered, saying he'd float and they could all stay on him, and that's why they call the land Turtle Island. That sounds like a temporary measure, though. I don't think it was meant to be a permanent thing. But anyway, there's how the turtle got into Algonquin creation story. Nanopus then decided that turtles need to be bigger and bigger for everyone to live. So now it's going, see, this is where the international is coming. See, this is what this force was always looking to do. Now, it's interesting that we have elements of the Bible here, because ultimately this is the world order that this element wants us to be under. This was the goal from the beginning. When Akhenaten was expelled with his band of followers and the Amen priesthood, this is what they were trying to accomplish. This is why they got expelled, because this meant renaming our ancestors and refacing them or erasing them. And we did not want them to do that. So now we have it being, you know, introduced to Indians now. And it's becoming our most ancient stories were Osa, Osset, and Heru, not any turtles. But you can see now this is leading to the one world order. I hope you can see that, because it's going to require a one world religion. And when what we're reading, when it sounds so biblical, that I think that's for a reason. Okay. But that's the same book that was forced on us. Why couldn't the church see how similar, if this was our story, how could we be seen as so heathenish if the stories were so similar. But you see, this is I'm going to go out on a limb. This is not our most ancient story whatsoever. Now I'm starting to see that this is just our version of the Bible story. You know, this is just us tailoring the Bible story to our needs or whatever, you know. But this is not our most ancient story, though. Okay, it's not. The oldest civilization is Tameri, and that was in America. So this, they didn't know nothing about this, none of this stuff. That even what the Algonquins are talking, you know, this, you know, that wasn't, you know. Now the Algonquins were talking about a muskrat, right? Okay. So, Nana Push decided the turtle needs to be bigger for everyone to live on. Everyone, not just, you see, ultimately, this is what I'm trying to get at. This goes beyond America. That's why we don't want stories that once they act like Trojan horses, it gets in because some of it sounds really good. And then once it's in, now you see the rest of the story. And it's like, oh, I had to accept this little part, but then I got this whole other thing that I didn't even know. That's sort of like the theory of evolution. Like, you know, Pan-Africans are too dense to realize that they are co-signing on a theory of evolution that says that they are closer to the primate, and the white race is more like the cherry on top of the cake that we all aspiring to evolve into. So see, that's where Pan-Africans, they got the Trojan horse. They so grabbing for the part that they think sounds good, the Africa, out of Africa. But the other part of that is, oh, but you're the monkey, and the white man is what you monkey asses evolved into. They practically show you that on that evolution chart. It starts out a monkey and it ends up a white man. So the black man is somewhere in between those two, or the very first. So you have a choice. You could be the first natural monkey, or you could be that, like the Bigfoot in between the real man and the monkey man. Which one you want to be? You want to be the original monkey? You got it. Soul to the nigger on the end. You're the monkey man. And now look at this modern, beautiful Caucasian that you eventually, when the Moors get their way and turn everybody like that, so that nobody has no birthright, you know, except from Africa, okay, and Europe, okay. No Indians exist. We got to evolve you. The end of your little evolution story, you're gonna be white, okay? Pan-Africans are so lost, my God. They're so lost. I'm sorry. But it's true, though. And then we can't forget that they say, the Pan-Africanists say that the whole world was occupied, or not occupied, populated by people of color. Okay, so then why do you keep insisting that we weren't in America, you dummies? No, y'all are not the Indians of America. Well, you just told me that we was the first things on Earth. So what's going on? They can't answer that question. That's where, you know, when the robot don't have the data and they just stand there, what's the word? When the robot malfunction and it can't say no more because it's just stuck on stupid, you know. Anyway, the beaver tried first but came up dead. Oh boy. Wait a minute, we missed the part. Nanapush then decided the turtle needed to get bigger for everyone to live on. So he asked the animals if one of them would dive down into water to get some old earth. The old earth. See, that's the old earth, but they're trying to create a new earth order, okay? The beaver tried first, but came up dead. So now that's the first death, okay? So now the Algonquin Lenape are incorporating a death sacrifice. Okay. And Nanapush had to revive him. Oh, okay, so we have a resurrection, all righty. The loon tried second, but its attempt ended with the same fate. Lastly, the muskrat. So now the first, oh, we got to really take note of this. People, you've just witnessed the first being made last, okay? Lastly, the muskrat tried. Now, in the original Algonquin story, he was the first, and he lived. He no dying. Everybody had a beautiful earth. Nobody had to die for that to be possible. So lastly, the muskrat tribe. See, now the Algonquin firstborn, I'm just going to go ahead and say it how I'm seeing it, is now being made last. The first being made last. But you see, it's not a just thing. Like a lot of people feel that when they hear that, that's some kind of justice being served. No, it's not. It's a hijack being served with some religious trimmings to make it seem like it's right. It's wrong. It's wrong. There's no reason why the first has to be made last. There's no reason, because there is an order. You can't undo an order. You can't do it. Like, in other words, you can't make me not born first when I'm the first one that came out of my mother's womb. You can't undo that for some nefarious purposes, or even for any purpose, because it's not so. I am the firstborn. I am due the respect of a firstborn, no matter how unjust you think it is. It's just the way it is, boo-boo. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. But some people don't like that. It's some pissed off secondborns said, why the world got to be like this? Why? What if I want to be first? Well, that's not, you were born second, okay? You have to find your place as a second child. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to be loved less. It just means that the family inheritance is going to go first to the first, because he's the oldest one, and he's the one that is more closely, he has the next oldest set of wisdom after your mother and father. He's been around oldest, he or she. But some people don't like that. They said, I can do better. I'm smart. I don't need him to take care of my affairs. He's not. He's doing his job. That's his position. So you don't like it. If you don't like it, maybe you could take yourself out. If you don't like your position, don't fuck with somebody else's, okay? Take yourself out and stop the madness. Because ain't nobody gonna change for you. I'm not gonna be third born because you don't like being second born. See, when I say there's some things that it is what it is. You see, but somewhere, some priests decided that, well, some people feel this is not right. How can we make them firstborn? You can't do it, priest. I don't care how much magic you insert into your stories. It's unjust. It causes chaos because everyone gets displaced. He stayed down the longest and came up dead as well. So they killed your firstborn ass as well. That was what they wanted to get rid of. Don't be fooled by all the other deaths. The one they really wanted, this last one, okay? Because he was first in the original story. But the second one now is going to looking to be first. So he gives the muskrat some kind of little prop. Oh, he stayed down the longest, but he came up dead as well. But he had some earth, yeah, because you still need him, right? You still need what he is for you to be. So he had some earth on his nose that Nanapush put on the turtle's back. Because of this accomplishment, Nanapush told the muskrat he was blessed. Blessed. How about highly favored? Thank you again to Chief Colinago breaking down the etymology of blessed. Be blessed, That's exactly what the muskrat was. He was made less. He lessed. It makes all the sense to me. So now, see, watch out when they want to iconize you, because they're going to kill you first, okay? And then they could worship your image, but they never wanted you around. But they like, using you in their little setup of you. Like all the great singers, they're worth more to their respective producers and managers and all of that after they're gone, because now you can use that image and capitalize off of it, and you don't even have to ever worry about paying that little old muskrat, because he dead now. But the corporation gets to live off of that forever, as long as they keep that image. They're gonna, and a lot of stars are so big that they can't have children. I wonder why, right? Somebody did a breakdown of that recently. You don't want any heirs. We live in a society that doesn't like heirs, firstborns and heirs. Nope, the corporation will have that. Thank you. We don't want anybody challenging all that we put out coming back to us. Because according to the corporation, I made you. You know what's true. Mr. Movie Star, I made you. You ain't nothing but my little hoe. I could make a star out of a monkey if I wanted to. Y'all remember Michael Jackson's monkey? And that little Moorish monkey with the symbols and stuff. So that's how the corporate entity looks at real life men and women. You're worth more to the corporation as a dead entity, because the corporation is a dead entity that lives off of dead things. It's like a scavenger, and it sucks the second born. It tricks the second born into thinking that you can have a firstborn existence, but you just have to keep that ritual going, that death ritual, and then you can, we'll help you. We'll help you get rid of the evidence, and you'll appear like the firstborn. See, the corporation the corporation also doesn't like firstborns. Why? Because the corporation wants to own what the firstborn had, so they could put it in a trust and live off of that shit, and try to act like, oh no, we saving it for when so and so comes back. And they if you did come back, they'd kill your ass. So this is why Indians really need to think twice about working with the corporation. You get cut out of the deal in the long run. Seriously, they're going to say, I made you. See, the other way around, we made it. But when you go under them, they take in the dominance. They'll come on your reservation again, take your slot machines that we read about. When your chief said, ain't nothing shall be removed from our reservation, the FBI says, what you talking about, Negro? Get the fuck out the way and let me take what I came to get, please. Thank you. Oh, by the way, we'll be coming next week to do some drilling. We found out that there's gold on this reservation, and you're dependent, so we're going to take that gold, put it in a trust for you. But you can't really, we don't need you to mess with that, okay? Have a good day. Namaste, or whatever your religion is, whatever. Muskrat love or whatever. Okay. Turtlenecks, whatever. Thank you. Have a good day. And Indians think that this is going to work for your generations? You must be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You better take your land back. So the muskrat has been secondaried and he dies. But he was given a special, now he's gonna be again iconized or whatever, canonized or whatever, I don't know. And now that's when your idol worship starts. You would make a little statue to the muskrat, and people come and you know, but the thing is, you want that thing gone. So let's celebrate his death. Let's celebrate his death. Almost like the dying savior. Let's celebrate that death, you know? And what was the point of that death if you have to suffer as well? Now he died so for you, right? But you're being that's going into another video. But yeah, I question why if you have a savior, why I gotta suffer because the savior suffered. If he was here to be made a sacrifice, why am I taking his role? I thought he did that for me. But no, now you're telling me no, you gotta do that for everybody. You gotta die now. So this is a death cult, okay? All right, that's what it sounds like. Sorry if you could turn, that's what it's being turned into if it wasn't. Nanapush then took out his bow and again sang, and the turtle started to grow. Oh, looky now. It kept growing, and Nanapush sent out animals to try to get to the edge. They want to see how big are we getting, baby. All about how big and how dominant we can get. Why do you have to? What is the point of getting big? Because he's trying to grab as much jurisdiction as possible. And he wants to know how far does his domination reach? How many people believe in a turtle? Okay, yeah, that means we've taken over their minds. I still got Indians talking about Turtle Island. What you're doing is you're genociding all other Indians for one, and it's the one that basically caused you to be genocided in the first place. So you like saying Turtle Island, it feels good when it comes out your mouth, you feel like an Indian. But remember, that is the story of the Indians who got rid of all the other Indians, okay? So that's what I'm talking about when we keep like insisting that it's all about a turtle. What about the other Indians? Do their stories get told? Do we get to hear about the muskrat? Why is that story no longer any good? Well, I'll tell you why. Because those Indians have been genocided. We don't want to talk about what they believed in. They're the firstborn. Obviously, that's what I'm starting to see. Obviously, they were firstborn and they had to be removed from their land so that it could be taken. That was their birthright land. Okay. So again, what you're doing when you insist on that it's all about a turtle is you're assisting in the genocide of all Indians again. But you like saying turtle. Okay, go on, keep it up. Keep it up. All you're doing is keeping us genocided. That's all you're doing. You're saying your story don't need to be told. Let's go with the ones who got in bed the most with the European in order to become the only voice of all Indians. Y'all want that only one voice, right? Y'all want a one world order voice, right? Make up your mind, y'all. Do you want a one world order or not? You want to know the stories of other Indians? I'm sure there's others even besides the Algonquin. If you think I'm only talking about Algonquins again, what other Indian stories are we hearing about when we only hear about the Iroquois one? And why do y'all think that that's okay? It's not okay because it limits our land. Okay, when you only got one linguistic group talking, you're never going to get the rest of the land, right? Your land. It's not going to be yours. It's going to be you giving it to a turtle. Who was the turtle? That's the Iroquois and the British. Now, let's not get too lost in the sauce here. Ultimately, it's an international thing you're getting into. That's what everybody's pushing for at this time. Let's go international. Got all these loose ends and unfinished business, but rushing to be international. Don't want to go by the Constitution, but you want some international shit. How about you get the Constitution right first, and then we could think about international. But I don't think Indians need to be bothered in international. Like, let's leave it at, we'll trade with you, and we'll get what we need from you, and you'll get whatever you need from us. It's going to be mutual. But other than that, I don't need no international nothing, because that's a grab. Trade is what we're here for when we talk international. Everything else is none of my business. What you do with your people, I'm not the savior of you because my land, my authority is on this landmass. But that's what you get, the corporation trying to play big brother to everybody, want to help everybody, but the ones that he stole from. So that's not a good, very loving big brother, okay? He's just reaching out to everybody because he's still trying to avoid your ass. And when he gets everybody thinking that he's the savior, then he's going to come back and kick your ass even more because he got a story about you too, Indian, okay? Let's just say you don't exist in his world. That's the story, okay? Ain't no story. Sorry. Oops. You don't exist, okay? Again, it's all about indigenous and aboriginal. Okay? Not American Indian. Indigenous and aboriginal could be anybody, anywhere. Okay? So that's what the internationals, that's the words they like. You don't even see that you're being hijacked, sidestepped, overlooked, secondary. Nanpush then took out his bow and sang the turtle began to grow. This is so ridiculous. I'm sorry, it just sounds weird to me. It kept growing, and Nanapush sent out animals to try to get to the edge. We read this before, to see how long it had grown. First, he sent the bear. The bear returned in 2 days, saying he had reached the end. Next, he sent the deer, who came back 2 weeks, saying he had reached the end. Finally, he sent the wolf. And the wolf never returned because the land had gotten so big. The Lenape claimed that this is why the wolf howls, that it is really a call for their ancestor to come back home. I think that's the Lenape saying that they missed the rest of their Algonquin family because they were surrounded by Iroquois and colonizer, and let's just say they did what they had to do to survive. All right, Lenape, I ain't mad at you, but I'm sure mad at you for joining the corporation. That Lenape tribe that did that, I won't be parts of that. Brother be studying to become a lawyer and all of that shit. Nope. You done went the wolf done went too far. You're doing too much. You went too far. Okay. The Haudenosaunee. That's the Iroquois. The haunted Sonny. I'm sorry. Oh, there's the sky. Scared you, a little sky lady falling again. Again, I'd rather be up here than down here, y'all. Nothing was wrong up here, okay? There was nothing wrong. But the second born thought this was not okay. Because why? The firstborn had that. And by divine order or natural order, first the firstborn and then the secondborn, you know. But some secondborn said, nope, I'm going to be first from hella Hawaii. Hella Hawaii. No, hella high water. But he's like, okay, we'll take the high water. Yeah, oops, I forgot. Yeah, right. You would, wouldn't you? According to the oral tradition of the Haudenosaunee or Iroquois, the earth was the thought of a ruler, a great island. See, it was a thought he imagined. He didn't like what the earth was, so it was a thought. And see, oh, that's a grab already. We starting out with a grab. I'm going to redo the earth order the way I like it. I'm going to create chaos and call it order out of chaos. But you see, I'm of the mind that the earth was not started in chaos. That's the biggest difference that I think I'm taking as an Indian awakening. I'm challenging the notion that the world began as chaos. If I believe that, then I must believe that the earth was created by a malevolent deity. And a malevolent deity is the deity of chaos. I'm making a political, or what do you call it? Executive decision to understand that it could only be order that started the world, not chaos. It was order, but it's being called chaos so that we can skip the first story, or and let's talk about this second story where chaos was created as a means to grab, identity grab, land grab. Okay. So according to the oral tradition of the Haudenosaunee or Iroquois, the earth was the thought of a ruler. Okay, so we got rulers now. When rulers come, who's under a ruler? Subjects, right? Basically. So already we start. See, this story is nothing, none of this was in the Algonquin story. No rulers, no masters, no death. But now it's the lords are arriving. And in the Iroquois law of peace, I think it is, they talk about lords. So like the British have lords and ladies, dukes and earls and sirs. So already we starting out with some desire for like to dominate, a ruler of a great island which floats in space. And is a place of eternal peace. So they turning that earth above their underworld, that's going to be the death place now. It's like the hereafter. Or was that the real land? But in order for you to grab jurisdiction, authority, first place, you're saying that yours is the real earth. But so they done turned the real world, America, into eternal law of peace, I guess. So that the real world it's like, that's just where that's what we're gonna take from you and say that when you die, you get it back. So now the real earth is gonna be your heaven, because we're gonna take that from you, you see? So they're making that place that we're looking at right in this picture, which doesn't look like heaven to me. It just looks like earth. But they basically made that heaven. Okay, that's what the Iroquois are doing. So that's the Algonquin place. And the Iroquois, they gonna take first place. So that has to become a place of death, the after place. You get that back. Algonquins, you get your land back after you die, because then you're going to be put in the ground most likely. So that's how you get your earth back. When you die, you get put in, well, if most likely, because you're still here. It's a political genocide, renaming, reclassifying. But when you get put in the earth as dust, that's how you're going to get your land back. And that's how you inherit the earth and all of that. That's how you see, you die. It's eternal peace. Oh, so Sky Woman fell down to the earth. It looked like she fell into the ocean, if you ask me. But this is the Iroquois' twisted tale. Sky Woman fell down from earth into the water. They drowned the bitch. Okay, and resurrected her to a sea jurisdiction. Became a Little Mermaid, and that she always wanted to go back on land, but they wanted the bitch to stay in the water. Okay. Stay in our kingdom, blah, 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 because we need you to make our place, We needed something from the real world to create our fictitious world. Okay. So Sky Woman fell down to the earth when it was covered with water, or more specifically, when there was a great cloud sea. Oh, Lord. This place sounds very dismal, y'all. This place the Iroquois live, it sounds like hell. And they act like demons, some of them. Again, I let me say this. I do this to laugh, because again, if I don't, I'll have a catatonic breakdown or mental breakdown. So I have to lighten it. I have to lighten this, make light of it, try to make it funny, whatever. So I don't mean to, I'm not, again, I don't advocate for annihilation like what happened to Algonquins. So I advocate that we get our land back. That's all. Whatever that requires, that's what, we need to take our land back as Algonquins. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, everybody get rid of the Iroquois. No, because because what's right is right, and you know, two wrongs don't make a right. So no, they know, let's attack the Iroquois, but I will jab at you all day, every day, because I want to be clear that this thing is real, you know, and it has to be addressed, even though no, you know, Indian really wants to talk about it. Yeah, no, we don't want to address our own. We, you know, it's like it's easier to talk about other people and races, I think, you know, because we don't want to deal with this, you know, because then it feels like, oh, we're so divided, but it doesn't have to be that way. But we have to be real with what happened, and we got to call out what the Iroquois did, but it's not to like put them in YouTube prison or some shit, you know. It's like, come on, let's reason together. This is not right, you know. How you took over our land was not right, you know. How Indians got reclassified, surely that's wrong. It's like you had to have us erased for you to dominate, and that's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's not right. You need to get right with this thing for your own sake. You don't want to be become the actual demon, do you? I mean, do you want to do right, or do you just feel like this is supposed to go on forever and you're gonna always having to lie forever, you know? So it's an opportunity for Iroquois to, you know, take stock inventory, and let's, like, we all gotta at some point write or look to, you know, write our path or wrongs or whatever. So this is not really to wish ill on Iroquois, but it has to be expressed how it affected Algonquians and other Indians. Various animals tried to swim to the bottom of the ocean to bring back dirt to create land. Muskrat succeeded in gathering dirt, which was placed on the back of a turtle. So let me see. Oh, so they downplaying the death, okay, in this version, okay. The dirt began to multiply and caused the turtle to grow bigger. The turtle continued to grow bigger and bigger, and the dirt continued to multiply until it became a huge expanse of land. Thus, when the Iroquois cultures refer to the earth, not America, y'all, gotta peep the game, y'all, they call the earth Turtle Island. This is what I'm trying to get Indians to wake the fuck up with. Turtle Island is not America. Turtle Island is a jurisdiction grab, and it is seeking the world, to dominate the world. Turtle Island is not America. When Iroquois cultures refer to the earth, they often call it turtle. If you're going to use it correct. Turtle Island is not America. Let that sit with you for a minute. Let that penetrate your hard head. But I gotta admit, even when I read that, I don't think I emphasized. When I did the video the first time, I don't know if I emphasized this. But here we have it directly. Let's read it again. Thus, when Iroquois, the creators, the owners, the origin, you got to go to the origin to find out what a thing is. Is that what we're not doing right now, Indians? So what is the original story of the turtle? It is the earth, not America. So are you claiming America when you claim a turtle? God damn it. I'll ask you again. Are you claiming America when you claim a turtle? Y'all who continue with this damn turtle shit. You're being misled, okay? Iroquois had much bigger ambition than fucking America. And I'm sorry to be disrespectful. I'm seeing people who should look deeper keep referring to a damn turtle. Do you want the whole earth? Okay, then that's the Morris shit, okay? That's the Morris shit. They're the ones who want to dominate the fucking earth, okay? Indians just trying to get their own homeland back, okay? And again, if Indians don't do it, again, I'll say it again, now it might make sense. If we refuse to take our land back, we're going to help promote the entire earth being dominated by this bastard. Okay? If Indians only want to be in a corporation as I can't even call it a means of taking your land back because it's the farthest thing from it. So if Indians just want to be eternal slaves in a corporation, you're assisting in this turtle growing bigger and becoming this. Now that I think I got your attention, nope, you don't. I don't, right? A lot of, you just feel the resistance. You just feel it. Who do you think you are? You think you know better than me? Well, you might be talking to an ancestor, y'all. This might be an ancestor coming through, okay? So before you go to whatever you're going to say about me, just think, are the ancestors trying to tell me something? Am I just being hard-headed? When you grab for a turtle, y'all, did I tell you the international jurisdiction is not what it seems to be? The turtle represents an international jurisdiction. Do I need to spell it out to you? The turtle represents the international jurisdiction, not American. You think you're being a whole Indian when you talk about a turtle? You think that you doing the ancestors one up good? You give them a what do you call it? A high five or something? No. You're just burying them deeper. They didn't want the whole earth. They were too busy trying to own their own land. They didn't need the whole earth. Only a greedy motherfucker needs the whole earth. And why he needs it is because he's pulling a hijack on you. He don't want the truth to get out. So if he got to dominate the world, so nobody ever talks about this. I'm going to leave this on the screen because a lot of Indians think that the turtle is America. And I mean, I thought it too. But I got to read with comprehension when I read that last line. So let's highlight this sentence. Thus, when the inventors of the turtle, the Iroquois cultures, refer to the what? Earth, they often call why didn't they say America when the Iroquois referred to America? Why didn't they say that? Y'all gonna make this what you wanted to make it, right? Yeah, I mean America. See, that's the acrobatics you got to do so you can ride this turtle. You want to ride on a turtle back? You don't want the land. You want to be on a turtle. I like to say it this way again. When the creator created the turtle, did you think he created that for us to live on a turtle's back? Just answer the question. Do you think the creator created a turtle to put people to live on his back, to put Indians on a turtle's back? Is that what you think creation was for, of the turtle? Be real. Be real. Was the earth created to be the earth and the turtle created to be a turtle? Or did God get it confused and he changed his mind and said, nah, I want to put them on a turtle? Why would he want to do that though? Why? What are we like? what are we supposed to be, like moss growing on a turtle's back? What is that about? It's taking you off the land, y'all. I don't know if you realize that. It's putting you in a sea jurisdiction, and it's looking for an international dominance. That's why it has to grow bigger and bigger. I didn't, even when I did the first video, I didn't realize the bigger and bigger was for the whole earth until, again, when I saw that image in this video, this Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson video. Now, I don't even know if I want to do all of this, you know, but this is interesting. I thought this was interesting about the death. Where did I see that? Saying something about death at necessary for growth. You know, I thought that's interesting. Let me see. Where was that? Let me see. Let me see if I can do a word search. Death. Here we go. Here we go. Right under where I needed to be. I should have just kept reading. According to Converse and Parker, the Iroquois faith shared with other religious, the belief that the earth is supported by a gigantic turtle. What other religions? I never heard it. It's just an Iroquois thing. What other? No, even other Indians didn't go with this. What are you talking about? The Iroquois faith shared with other religions? What other religions? I think we're going to find that out in another screenshot. The belief that the earth is supported by a gigantic turtle. In the Seneca language, the mythical turtle is called Hanuna, sorry. While the name for an everyday turtle is Hanoa. In Seneca language, the mythical turtle is called Hanuna. Hanoa. Okay. In other versions of the story, such as Susan M. Hill's, I thought this was interesting. The muskrat, now that's the original. It's a muskrat. Or other animals die in their search for land, for the sky woman. This is a representation of the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois belief of death and chaos as forces of creation. Why would death and chaos be forces of creation? What I'm hearing is a honoring of the deity of chaos. But they're making it even worse with death. Death and chaos. This is what the Iroquois believe. The Haudenosaunee are the Iroquois. Beliefs of death and chaos. What? This is not what Algonquins believe. Death and chaos as forces of creation. They are adhering to the storm deity, the war deity. They were warring people, so they would more call up a deity of war because they were very warring people. The Great Law of Peace was written for their federation. They were warring with each other. So the deity for them would be Set. That would be their deity. And now they're saying that he's the force of creation. No. He's recreation. Recreating the world by a new standard. It's doing away with the first and having to continuously do that ritualistically. And that's what I'm saying. I'm starting to see that that's possibly why all this death was. It's a ritual. It's a death ritual that has to be done if you're going to keep using this death chaos deity. You got to call him up with blood. That's how you get his protection, or you get him to help you, because you have to kill that like he did. You do as your deity did. The death deity, Set, he represents death. But actually, yeah, because he's the first murderer. He murdered Asa. He murdered Osa, the true king. Heru is the son of Osa. Set had to kill Osa. So how do you honor Set? You have to learn to kill. And you have to do it ritualistically. And if you really want to grow high in this, you have to do it actually. So Indians were first killed on paper. But as the stakes get higher and their mission has to be completed as much as they can, now the death you have to, if you do it on paper, that's almost like your contract to do it for real. Why? That's why death has to be part of it, because that's the deity that you're honoring to get what he's gonna. This deity, I'm getting it now. I think I'm getting it now. This deity is really for second, third, and fourth borns. When a second or third or fourth or anyone that's after the first is born and they are truly not happy, they feel cheated for whatever reason, there's something they want and they want it right now, you have to call up this deity. The other deities are not down with chaos. You must call the chaos deity, and he requires blood. Why? Because he's the first blood shedder. How do you connect with him? You have to shed blood. That's how he gets empowered. That's how he will do your bidding. That's why there's a death clause in these movie stars and celebrity contracts. Sanchez did a real decent video on that. When you are made a worldwide celebrity, you must look at that as an international jurisdiction. You want to be an international superstar. Okay, so you need an international jurisdiction. You need distribution. So you're already playing in the waters of international reach. So your contract will bring you that. But because you're in an international jurisdiction, which is a jurisdiction that a deity that has murdered for power, he needs a worldwide domination. So you're in the realm of chaos, the realm of international law, the sea jurisdiction. And that deity who wants to dominate the entire world in an international, you'll have to appeal to him to be an international superstar. So your contract, you might not be able to have children or whatever, you know, you're gonna have to maybe adopt. There's not going to be any heirs. You're going to do, oh my God, I'm thinking about Joan Crawford now. Ugh. Everybody saw Mommy Dearest. I hope that, what a hoot. But I think about this woman was extremely famous, you know. And it's just interesting that a lot of big names and big popularities, they often go childless. And I think it's because their contract may require that there be no heirs. They created you and they want to get paid forever. You've become their property. They made you, they put you out there. They made your face beautiful. Okay? You owe them. And then ultimately you're used for propaganda, because there's going to be so many movies and there's going to be messages in those movies. This is all the international, you know, it's propaganda. So that's why I say if Indians don't stand up the right way and take their real sovereignty, not some federal bullshit. Woo, boy, y'all are working against the ancestors when you do that. I just want you to know that the ancestors came here to, I want to use the word liberate us, but they're doing more than that. They want us to be, I know y'all don't like that word, but they're not on the other side for us to settle for some bullshit. That's what I'm trying to say. They mean business. So if you're not trying to get your full birthright back, you can't think that you are working with the ancestors. The ancestors did not choose the corporation. For those who think that, oh, maybe the ancestors, they did it for a reason. No. They were coerced, they were tricked, they were lied to. And you see what happened to us. Clearly, you must know that this is not what they intended. If you think your ancestors wanted you to be discarded, then you're saying that they were nothing. You're saying that they deserve what they got, because I'm going to take what I'm getting happily. I'm not that type of Indian. I'm many things, you know. I'm many things. But when I do something, I'm going to try to do it the right way, no matter what I do. I could be doing some bullshit, and I'm going to try to do that the right way. So I'm not playing with the corporation. I'm not trying to be a little product of the corporation. If I'm going for what's mine, I'm going to get what's mine. I'm not looking to share what's mine, because I don't believe I have to. It's not necessary. Everybody's got their own. God bless the child, they say. That's got his own. Well, I say God favor the child. That's got its own. His own. Her own. You don't need mine. And there's no need for me to act like you do. Again, we can trade. That's normal. That's what we do. But that's respectful of both of us. I'm not looking at you as like you're pitiful, and you're not looking at me like I'm the greatest thing because I need something that you have. So we're going to do trade. You hear me? You ain't do no damn commerce. Too much technology in that bullshit. That's some Moorish bullshit. You want to talk what's Moorish? That's what's Moorish. Trying to be in a corporation is Moorish. This is all I'm going to read from here. This is what I want to get to. Death and chaos as forces of creation. This is not something that Indians would, no. I think we read, and it was very simple. It was one page. Let's read it again, because this stuff we just read, it's got me all, it's not sitting with my spirit, okay? And the Lenape, I have to admit, they prettied it up for me. Thank you. That was their Algonquian doing that. but they're trying to tell us something. The Lenape are trying. I realize now when I first read that, I missed the cue. I missed the message. I got it tonight. I got it. I got it, Lenape. Got you, bro. I hear you loud and clear. You were surrounded by your enemy. You had to do what you had to do. But I'm telling you, if you settle for the corporation's bullshit, I can't get with you. I can't get with you. So Lenape, I love you as brothers. We are Algonquian linguistic. That is our heritage. But in as much as you sold out and you believe that we are not meant to be the owners of our land, the one that we get paid when this shit get used, I can't rock with that. I can't. I don't want, no. I'll say it again. Just stay a Negro. It's easier. And it doesn't bring shame to the ancestors because you're not using their identity in your insistence upon being a slave. Just be a Negro, be African. And they won't be offended or tarnished with your bullshit. Wait, this is, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Well, look, let's read it. Okay. There are roughly 8,000 Algonquin Indians in Canada today. Yeah, that's what we were relegated to. They are organized into 9 nations in Quebec and 1 nation in Ontario. The Algonquin Indians were the victims of European politics, Negropean politics. The banding together of the Iroquois Confederacy drove the Algonquins from their land. When the French arrived, the Algonquins began trading firearms for furs. The French were good friends to the Algonquins, but not great allies. The Iroquois, helped first by the Dutch and later by the English, defeated the French and Algonquin Indians. The Algonquins were defeated, but they were never eliminated. And we're still here on the East Coast as well. And the Algonquin Indian cultures lives on in Canada today. Now, this was very craftedly written because it doesn't even say anything about the East Coast, does it? It just says they drove the Algonquins from their land. They don't say where the land was, right? It's everything is a fucking hijack, right? So this article is almost like it's presuming that we got driven further into Canada. It's not even mentioning where we were. You see the politics, how they work. It lives today. It lives on in Canada. Baby is still here on the East Coast. We just don't know. We just forgot that we are Algonquin. That's what the reclassification was to do. Okay. We just here on our land with no power. Okay. The Iroquois with his big brother, the British monarchy, that's who is controlling our lands. Okay. In the beginning of creation, there was nothing but water everywhere, and no land could be seen. On the waves, a canoe floated, and a man sat in it and wept because he had no idea what would happen. After a while, a muskrat climbed onto the canoe and said, "Greetings, grandfather. Why are you crying?" The man answered, "I have been here a long time, and I cannot find any land." The muskrat replied, "But there is earth under all this water." Now see the order here? In the Iroquois story, the world is upside down and the earth is above the water. But in this story, the water is under the earth. I'm sorry, the earth is under the water. Wait a minute. The earth is under the water, okay? In the other story, The water is under the earth. Let me get it right. I'm sorry. I got Iroquois demon spell has cast upon me. I misspoke. The muskrat replied, but there is earth under all this water. You see this order here? You see how that works? This is the natural world, y'all. That turtle world is not natural. It's upside down for purpose, on purpose, because the world that they're living in is an upside down world where the first is last. And I want to say quickly, we didn't have to be made second. Nobody, in other words, no one has to change the order in order to make it right for someone else who feels that this is the wrong order. In fact, you have to stay. Excuse me. I must be the truth. I sneeze. So I think I hear some Indians saying that we had to be made last. And I don't know that I agree with that. Why? Why? People, I think it's like you have to respect your position before you could respect another's. Now, if you don't respect your position, you won't respect another's. And if the other has to move out of his position for you to feel in position, something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Your little complex shouldn't cause me to be put out of my way. You got to deal with your complex without involving me. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm firstborn. This is where I'm supposed to be. Again, in my family, I came out first. I'm a firstborn. I'm not required to crawl back in my mother's womb so that my younger brother could feel some kind of way. So I don't know if I understand the logic that we had to be made last. That's like not respecting the dignity of someone else's position. If anything, as you know, the first should help the second to appreciate their position as the firstborn appreciates his position. And the secondborn has to appreciate the firstborn position. Yes, they do, because that's what happened. We can't become unreal for a secondborn or thirdborn to feel real. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. The truth is a pill that sometimes you have to take it without sugar. Sometimes the sugar won't help it to work right. So sometimes it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's a necessary pill. We can't redo the world, you know, to make a secondborn feel better. You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In other words, okay, if it infringes upon somebody else's position, then something is wrong. In other words, your fix doesn't require me be broken. There's something wrong with that. So that's all I'm going to say on that topic. We didn't have to be made last. We were tricked, we were lied to. And now we think we had to be made last. The thing we have to understand, there was no injustice served. A secondborn being born second is not an injustice. It is what it is. That's all it is. If we put a value on it, then we could say that there's something wrong with it. But who are we to argue with the fact that every child can't be born at the fucking same time? The mother would, I don't know if she even want to deal with that kind of thing. It's like the mother's like, I'd rather have one child than another. And then please don't have me pushing out all these babies at one time. You know, I could see a woman might feel in that way sometimes. Like, you know, I don't mind the order. I really don't, because trying to push out 5 children at once, I don't know if I could do that, because that means they all got to be born at the same time. If you don't want a firstborn, then they all got to come out her womb at the very same time. You hear me? Do you hear me? She ain't trying to do that, y'all. I ain't a woman that I think I could speak safely. Say I don't think she's trying to do that. Like, maybe there's an order for a reason. Trust. I'm sure that I'm going out on a limb. I don't think no woman want to push out 5 babies at the same time, so that they could all say they all firstborn and then fight over who's the supreme firstborn. But who's the first firstborn? So they would have to all come out at the same time for somebody to feel good about his, No. So that's what I mean when I'm saying, no, we don't have to be made last for somebody. They have to respect their position as well as mine. And I have to respect theirs. And I had a whole other part to that, but I think I'm going to leave it here right now because we're on this topic. But I have more to say on that, about the idea that Indians have to pay for being first. Nah, and it's not even a diss to Indians. It's something that made me think. And I'm glad that my fellow Indians made me think about this. I'm glad, because I did have to think about that. I had to see how does that feel to me? And I really worked with it, and I came up with, no. That's why we got people running around talking about a new world order. Even if Indians had to go through this to make some second, third, fourth born feel better, we had to be mistreated. So then why is now there got to be a whole world order change? Okay, I've been mistreated here in America. All right, so somebody else could feel good. All right, I've been made so they could feel first for a few days or whatever. Oh no, forever actually. They don't want it for a few days actually. As we see, us being disrespected and disenfranchised was supposed to go on forever. So it wasn't even to make somebody feel good for a little while and let them feel how it feels to be firstborn for a few years. They wanted this to go on forever. So that's how we also know, no, the whole thing was misguided. The idea that we had to be made last because we was first, that's some bullshit. The order is what God made it, and we were first. If you don't like that order, that means, yes, you're going to another deity system. The world's going to be upside down for you. And then now we got a death ritual because in your world, you had to get rid of, you couldn't even wait long enough for us to get on board. You went ahead and killed the king so that you could be first. So now this ritual has to go on forever just so you could feel better about yourself. You are a problem, okay? You are a serious problem. You better recognize your position. Why are you crying? The man answered. I have been here a long time and I cannot find any land. The muskrat replied, but there is earth under all this. That's the natural way the earth is made, y'all. This, what we saw earlier, this is some fantastical bullshit, okay? The Iroquois cooked up, okay? In their world, it got to be like this. There's no earth under the water. There's water under the earth, okay? See, this is not reality. What we just read is reality. The Iroquois had to get magical. Where's the word? Oh, we got that. They had to use magic to make this seem normal, because it's not. The man asked the muskrat to get him some land. Excuse me. And the muskrat dove down and came up with both paws full of mud. He dove again and brought up a ball of earth in his mouth. The man did not think this was enough land to live on. The man asked the muskrat if he was all alone, and the muskrat answered no. The muskrat gave out a call, and the animal chiefs of the waters, see, in this oh baby, we getting it. The ancestors are putting in the work today for me. there were many chiefs. In the turtle story, there was one master. The muskrat gave out a call, and all the chiefs of the waters, hello, all the animal chiefs of the waters swam up to the canoe. There was not one dominating all, a master turtle. Hey, they were chiefs, not masters. The first to come up was a white muskrat. Now I get a little worried when I read this part. Now we introducing some colors, and I don't know about white. This, I think, is just a tainting of our story. I'll be honest with you now. I'm going to speak like I feel it. This is probably before, I'm sorry, how do I want to say? Like, I think this is a tainting of the story. I don't know. I don't understand the imagery of a white muskrat. The first to come up was a white, because the first muskrat was brown, apparently, because it was most muskrats are not white. That's what I'm trying to say. So here's where I think some fuckery was introduced. Okay. So the first to come up was a white muskrat. So I'm not sure. This is not sitting with me. Because I don't know what is the purpose of him being white. We don't normally see white. See, this is the kind of thing we got to do. Is this normal for a white? Are muskrats usually white? So something is being introduced here, okay? That is not a natural occurrence, really. That, the first to come was a white muskrat. I hear you want to see us, the white muskrat said to the man. Yes, answered the man. I want you to bring me some earth so I can make the world. I will make it a good world where we can all live. That's very interesting. See, that's how, when I read something like that, I feel like this is a firstborn talking. This is how a firstborn thinks about his younger sibling. So I see that in myself. There's a concern for your young, that's very natural because you're the oldest. I always feel like my mother left me in charge. That's how I feel. In other words, at the end of the day, my siblings are like my babies because my mother's not here, my father's not here. So I'm left to be the best I can be for my younger siblings. I'm the next oldest thing in their lives. So I am, in a way, I'm standing as an example of some sort to remind my younger siblings what I recall of my parents, our parents, because I've known them the longest. So I can tell them stories that they don't know or they don't remember. That is what a firstborn is. And, I want to say in the world, there is the whole machismo, and, a lot of our young men, they want to challenge you, or they want to emasculate you, and you're whatever. But I have to remind myself, because I do see that, I was never really I was more of a quiet child. I was not one of these like a bully type, I never was, but I would have been one that a bully would have wanted to, have fun with. I was not, I was considered shy. So then I got, all the emasculating names and all of that. But the thing I often want people to remember that any way you see a man, uh, he's not just uh some supposed to be some tough guy or a womanizer or Mr. Macho. There's many roles, and this is one of them. Like, I may not be seen uh by some type of male to be that type of male, you know what I'm saying? So, but the thing is, I have a purpose in my own family that you'll never honor because you're only seeing me in some other lens that has nothing to do with me. In other words, whatever you see, whatever you feel, whatever, that has nothing to do with me, but just get the hell out of my way because you're not my creator. That's how I feel, as someone who has been there, okay? I need people to understand that I see all my life. You only see the parts that you see. I see where I fit in my family. And I know that I'm here, and I deserve to be here no matter what you think. And I think a lot of Indian males forget that. I think they're not always aware that, no, I'm not all men are built the same, and they're not meant to be all the same. But we all have a purpose. And just because you don't see my purpose doesn't mean that it's not there. So that's just a personal lesson that I learned, because I know people see different aspects of each other, but they don't understand that what they're seeing is themselves, really. And maybe they don't like themselves. See, I love myself. Let me just be very clear. Let me be very clear. That Leo placement, and I always talk about it, but I want you to understand where it's coming from. I need you to understand where it's coming from. So I've learned to love me. And so, my thing is, this is what the world is to me. It's a place where you're invited to hate yourself. And I've learned that I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And ain't nobody gonna make me do that. I've already signed the contract with me, my own contract. And that contract is, we good, yo. Ain't nobody better than me. I say it sounds ratchet, but that means there's nobody better and ain't nobody worse. Uh, you know, that's how I have come to live. This is what my world has to be for me. This is what it has to be. Because I've been challenged too much to be otherwise. So now how I come out swinging in the other direction means no, I'm not trying to be what you think I need to be. I am who I am. I look the way I look. I'm fine with it, Oh, I think all of us would like to be more beautiful or more handsome and whatever. But I'm good. Some people think I look certain way, and you know what? I'm good with what I look like. Sometimes I look better than others in my own mind. That's how I feel sometimes, but I'm good with it. What I mean is I've become relentless. This has been the struggle for me personally. It's just me sharing my story. but I realized I can't let forces outside of me dominate me or try to leak into my reality and how I'm supposed to feel about me, you know. And I decided, yeah, that's how I have to be. And I really do feel it. I feel that way. You know, it's not to diminish others, it's just to make sure that I'm never, allowing myself to be diminished. So anyway, that's why it's very hard for me to accept domination by a corporation. I feel like I'm selling myself short, and it's too big a deal for me to do that. Maybe with some other thing that's not that consequential, but no, this is too big. I can't settle for. If this, I feel like I don't know if this time will come again where we have this. We might go back to fucking sleep. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows, right? A lot of us got some stuff put in our veins, right? You don't know what that shit gonna do. So now is the time. I ain't waiting for no second awakening. If I'm gonna do this, I want it the right way. No. I'm not gonna be dominated by no damn corporation as an Indian, not taxed, and as a birthright Indian. First birthright. The first to come was a white muskrat. I hear that you want to see us. The white muskrat said to the man, "Yes," answered the man, "I want you to bring me some earth so I can make the world. I will make it a good world we can all live." The animals agreed and they all began to die. They all brought up earth, and the man they called grandfather kneaded the mud, and they brought and molded it into a long column that reached from the surface of the water to the earth beneath it, and continued to add with the help of the animals. The animals all remained alive. In time, they would create a world of trees, mountains, and beauty for all to live. Now, they use the term world, but we have to remember they didn't say earth. Wait a minute. They brought up earth, okay? But this was not about the whole earth. This is an Algonquin story of creation. What I'm trying to say here is, well, maybe I should let my next slides do the talking. It's a little, I think the slides say it better than I can, because we want to say it's a creation story, right? So some might argue, well, that would be the world, right? Creation of the world, right? Yeah, but let's look. Let's see. Let's look. So that's the image that the turtle has, that is a duplicate of the turtle island, So the world turtle, this is Wikipedia, the world turtle. So we have an America turtle, and then we have a world turtle. And I think Indians, might get it, mixed. The world turtle, also called the cosmic turtle or the world-bearing turtle, is a mytheme of a giant turtle or tortoise supporting or containing the world. It occurs where? So you might say, okay, it's a creation story, so it has to be talking about the world. Okay, you can get that, you can get that. But where did it come from, though? Is it American? So is this American though? So yeah, this is getting to where we want to go, I think. So this story occurs in Hindu mythology, Chinese mythology, and mythology of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. So they talk about the Native Americans and the Iroquois. Because again, did Algonquins have this story? Only the Algonquins that were under siege with the Iroquois. With the Iroquois on one side, the colonizers on the other side. The poor Lenni Lenape, they had to adopt a turtle. So we're gonna, again, the world turtle, the Algonquins didn't know nothing about this world. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little, we're getting there, y'all. I'm sorry, I'm a little, it's late, and I might be over talking. I think the idea is, where is this turtle coming from? Okay, regardless if it's America or the Earth, that's what I should say. Regardless if it's just America, and that's why America is called Turtle Island, because that's what the Indians say. They're saying that America is Turtle Island, not the world. So I want Indians to get their story right. But this is related to a world turtle, not an American one. So do Indians want to keep it American, or do they want it to be global? You gotta answer your question yourself. Do you want images that go outside of America to Hindu and Chinese and then indigenous peoples of the world, huh? The world turtle in Hindu mythology is known as, we got a name, a kupara, or sometimes chukwa. Okay, so now you calling other deities when you call on a turtle. Algonquins ain't know nothing about no turtle in creation. I'll keep saying it. Okay? Okay, we want to be clear. Which one, what I'm trying to say is, which one is more indigenous to America? Algonquin story or Iroquois? An example of a reference to the world turtle in Hindu literature is found in Jananjara. The author of, I ain't going to try, writing circa 1500. A vulture, whichever has only little strength, rests in the sky holding a snake in its beak for a prahara, 3 hours. Why can the deity in the form of a tortoise who possesses the inconceivable potency, not hold the earth in the sky for kalpa, billions of years? The British philosopher John Locke made reference to this in his 1689 tract, an essay concerning human understanding, which compares one who would say that the properties inhere in substance to the Indian, who said the world was on an elephant, which was on a tortoise. But being again pressed to know what gave support to the broad-backed tortoise, replied something he knew not. So in other words, what's holding up the turtle, And anyway, that's why it doesn't even make sense, really. It doesn't make sense. Ain't nothing holding up the turtle that's swimming in the ocean, right? He's swimming. So he's in the sea, okay? He's a sea creature, sea jurisdiction. Okay, but we're seeing that, okay, the Lenape creation story. See, they're throwing in, they want to see, they keep using Lenape. I think they like to throw in Lenape because that's giving it the Algonquin history, because it's an older story. If you put something from Algonquin, that's going to give it the age, right? So look, now they're assigning the turtle to Lenape. Why don't you just give it to the Iroquois who invented it? But no, you want to, it's a grab, y'all. So you want to pin this on Lenape. And the Lenape only took it because they were between a rock and a hard place, which is the monarchy and the Iroquois. So now they're going to tell us the Lenape creation story of the Great Turtle was first recorded in 1678, but it's not a Lenape story, really. It's a Lenape under occupation with the colonizer and the Iroquois, who were best friends. The belief is shared by other, and no, the fuck it's not. Stop lying. Most notably, the Horton. See, now they acting like it started with Lenape. See, they want to use Lenape because Lenape is older. That's why would you lie here? This is something from the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Iroquois Confederacy. It's not from Lenape. We read the Algonquin creation story. It had nothing to say about a turtle. But they want to see, when they want to grab cred or legitimacy, they got to put that Lenape on it. Put a little Lenape on it. But this is where the story is coming from. But now I'm not even sure it's coming from them, because it's a Hindu mythology, Chinese mythology, and the indigenous mythology. Okay. So we just wanted to take a peek at the world turtle, because there's now you got a turtle with just America, and then you got a turtle with elephants and the earth on the back. So in other words, do you want a story that is so many different versions that you just don't even know what the fuck, or do you want something that's all American? Here is where we're gonna kick some ass. What do we learn about muskrats? Well, we not, you know what? We're not even gonna go there first. Let's go to the origins of turtles. Then we're gonna go to the muskrat. So this is from earthhistory.org.uk. The origin of turtles. So I'm not going to go through all of this. This is 9 pages. I highlighted what we want to look at. Turtles in Triassic. Turtle fossils in the Triassic are rare, but by the end of the Triassic, they occur globally. The oldest turtle goes back to the Middle Triassic, just before the earliest dinosaurs. Among the best known from the late Triassic is the found in Thailand and in several parts of Germany. So, where does the turtle originate? Did any Indian ever ask that question? Or are you too busy calling this Turtle Island? Okay, the oldest turtle fossil we're talking about goes back to the Middle Triassic, just before the earliest dinosaurs. Among the best known, that is the earliest, from the late Triassic is Proganochelys. Found where? Not America. Where? Parts of Germany. Another key fossil is from China. Is both slightly older and in some respects less evolved than the first one we just read, Proganochelys. So the oldest turtles are not found in America, but they are found in Thailand, a Mongolian landmass. Germany, Siberian, perhaps. Hmm? Negropean, perhaps. I need Indians to deal with this. Now you're claiming a turtle because you think it's originates in America, right? So you live on Turtle Island, you say it is? Where'd you get your turtle from, though? Thailand, Germany, China? It sounds more Mongolian than American to me. That's all, you know, the later turtles. Where did I see? Ah, the oldest tortoise fossils. See, y'all, I hope y'all don't mind me cutting to the chase. I know y'all want to read all of that and stuff. But see, I'm going to the meat and bones. So now we go from a turtle, we go to a tortoise. But they both seem to be coming from an Asian origins. No? Well, where's America? Oh, wait a minute. They colonized North America? Do you say what now? Tortoises colonized North America? Oh, so they came from Mongolia and they colonized America? They sure motherfucking did. You ain't speaking nothing but a word right there. But you ain't speaking nothing but a word right there. Yeah. We know what the Mongolians did. Thank you. So they brought their turtle too? So that's why these Indians walking around talking about this is Turtle Island? Oh, thank you for clearing that up. The oldest tortoise fossils come from the late Paleocene of what now? We're gonna try to help y'all remember what we seeing here. This is the key word. So you think the turtle is American? Well, yeah, he colonized North America. I guess when the Mongolians came, and they not only did they colonize America, but they bought their turtle, and he did too. And then it was called Turtle Island, I guess. But y'all think Peru just here to get on your nerves and stuff? Y'all, this don't never mind. This some bullshit I'm talking. All right. Well, this is why I don't believe in the turtle. You can continue to if you wish. This again, earthhistory.org. And it's the UK telling the truth. Get a load of that. So the turtle colonized America, but it originates. The oldest tortoise fossils come from the late Paleocene of Mongolia. By then, the transition back to the land, at least in one lineage, was already complete. In the Eocene era, I guess, tortoises colonized North America. Okay. So the Paleocene, where's that at? Here, is that it? And then we have what do they call it? Eocene. I can't make this out. I don't see Eocene up here. But here's the you know, the different turtles. Triassic is down here. The Paleogene. I don't know how this thing is. They're not giving me enough here, I don't think. But this is terrestrial. This is ambiguous, and this is aquatic. So they're mostly aquatic. That's what I do get from this whatever we call in this diagram. They're mostly sea creatures. So they also colonized some islands. Okay. I just wanted to get some background of the turtle. This was very shocking to me that it's not being said that they originate in America, y'all. So it's interesting that we have one sector of Indians, and we're being told that that's what all Indians believe, and that's not true. We read the Algonquin creation story twice tonight. They don't mention a turtle. Now let's go back. I just want you to take a screenshot of that. The oldest, again, you want the website, www.earthhistory.org.uk. So just remember that the oldest tortoise fossils come from the late Paleocene of Mongolia. That's the oldest tortoises. And then they colonized North America, Europe, and Africa. And I want to say technically Mongolia would be older than Europe, because those first Indians came, the first foreign Indians came with the Maya. That's why they were more closely related to the Egyptians, or the Timerians, I should say, of South America. They were more true to that tradition. But later on, the Mongolians came in with the what do you call Aztec, and what's the other ones? The Maya, the Aztec, and the Inca. Those are all, these are Indians that are not indigenous to America. So that's how, see, remember earlier on, I thought that there were no Mongolians here before, a certain time, but I got it correct. And there were Mongolians, but they were here as early as, again, the Maya, the Inca, and the Aztec. Before that, it was just us, and we were Timerian. Now, a lot of Indians, they don't hear that, but that's what my research showed me, is that the purest Indian you're going to find would have been back in Timeri. And then that was circa 3400 BC or 3150 BC. And then the Maya come in 2900 BC, so they're younger. And the Inca, the Inca, I think they were, 1500 BC, I think. No, wait. I'm not recalling it right now, but I know the oldest are the Maya. Then the next oldest, I believe, are the Inca. And then the last is the Aztec, from what I recall. But they were all Mongolian influence, except Timeri was pure. Timeri was pure, what we would call Indian, but they were then known as Egyptians. Okay, so we see that the turtle does not originate in America. They originate in Mongolia, the oldest tortoise fossils. And then if you want to go up here, the Triassic turtle fossils, that's the tortoise. But the Triassic ones go to Thailand and parts of Germany. So two, there's like three, I think, species here. The Triassic, the Progonchelis, the Odonchelis from China, the Progonchelis from Thailand and Germany, the Ondonchelis from China, and then the tortoise are from Mongolia, and they colonized. You got to get that, North America. So they come from Mongolia. The modern, no, I'm sorry, the oldest tortoise. Wait a minute. So these are later turtles. So these are later turtles, but the oldest tortoise fossils come from, again, just keep that in mind. So now we're going to go, now we can go to, well, we're going to go in order. So we had the turtle from Mongolia. Where's the elephants? Because we got to deal with this, both imageries, the turtle and the elephant. So I just highlighted, this is from animalcorner.org, elephant history. So I highlighted what we want. The mammoth probably has origin from Stegodon and started to develop during Upper Pliocene, so 4 million years ago in Africa. Mammoths spread to Europe and Asia. So what's the key word here? So we're looking at the turtle being, it's part of a triune deity, you might even call it. That's some kind of a deity, I think. Something, But the mammoth probably has origin from Stegodon and started to develop during Upper Pliocene, some 4 million years ago in Africa. Mammoths spread to Europe and Asia, and Mammuthus meridionalis went over the Bering Strait to North America about I don't know these timelines, I just don't know about 1.8 million years ago. Okay, whatever. But the woolly mammoth went over much later and became extinct during lower Holocene, probably exterminated by prehistoric humans who hunted them. The modern day African Asian elephants belong to order of blah, 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 blah. In the past, there were some 350 members in this order. However, over time, the majority of the members succumbed to extinction. Today, there are only two final survivors of this order: Elephas maximus, Asian elephant, and Loxodonta africana, African elephant. So when we see, so the turtle now in this image, where'd it go? Oh boy. Okay. So we have a Mongolian turtle that the Iroquois have adopted or spearheaded. They have some kind of connection to Mongolia. Then we have the African turtles here. So here you have the oldest of the races, that the Mongolian and the African, and Europe is after these two, basically. So when you think of a turtle, you're going to have to see, this is what I'm talking about. You don't want things that have multi-purpose images or multi-purpose, that, oh, but if you want to really think of the real turtle, this the world turtle, and this is what you leaving these two out when you think of a turtle. So you don't want something that's convertible, that sometimes it's a turtle, then other times it's a turtle with 3 elephants and the world, the globe, I should say. None of this is America, y'all. Not the turtle is not, and even the turtle with the elephants in the world is not. This is what I'm trying to tell you. But I know this message goes unheard, and I don't care. I'm putting it out anyway. I'm good with it. But this will explain to you why you won't find me uh talking about no damn turtles. Sorry, Algonkins, I need you to step up because according to your history, you don't have no turtles in your creation story. So this is coming to us from foreign influence, is what I'm trying to say. We got Asia, we got Africa. Those two are the ones that brought basically forth the European. Basically. Now there's the argument that it was Indians who started all this. I'm not saying that's not true, but they're not going to be the Indians we want to get down with, though. So yeah, maybe the Indians had something to do with King James and whatever, you know, but he definitely did not help all Indians, right? They look, King James was a man who had his picture painted white. So is he trying to repaint Indians as white as well? Because that's what's happening, right? That's what's happening, right? A Caucasian can become an Indian quicker than I can in today's world, according to this corporation, right? So when we want to go with King James as some kind of Indian that kind of went over yonder, but he's still our big dog and shit, whatever. I think we got to rethink that. This is a black man that did not want to show his face. I think in my last video, I linked where you can see a quote from King James when his subjects asked him if they could see his face. Now, the first thing, again, I thought was, oh, his subjects don't know what he looks like. Homie was in hiding, y'all. This is a Negro who did not want to be seen. Is it because he was promoting more Caucasian-looking Europeans and he didn't want them to know or us to know that it was him? A whole reformed Negro or whatever? I'm trying to tell y'all, King James was not someone that I see that was interested in Indians or preserving our legacy. He went, if he was, he went on to become European, and then he didn't want to know his roots anymore. If he was somehow Indian, he wanted to be European now, and yet he still wanted to come back and make this America European. You see? So that's what happened with that. He was more interested in, I guess, what would have been his father. If we're going to say that somehow his blood is mixed with whatever. Was it his father that he's promoting now? His European Moorish daddy? And so now he don't give a fuck about his mother's people? Is that what we're doing? I'm sorry, we're going to stop the share one more time, and then we're going to come back and we're going to get busy some more. I shall return. We're back. Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is, just like multi-purpose words, we don't want multi-purpose icons that can be at once American and then can be Asian, or could sometimes be German, and could sometimes be Mongolian. You want to limit all of that when you're going to take your land back, because you don't want no other people talking about this is yours, mine, and ours, okay? Because there we have the yours, mine, and ours thing going on. So yeah, this image is something, this is how we're going to be made international Indians. In this, excuse me, Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson video, this was some kind of homage to a world situation, not an American situation. So to be American, we're going to have to cut out all other influences like Asian elephants and African elephants, right? Because when you see, this is a Trojan horse thing. Now, American Indians are going to just cleave to this turtle. But what they don't know is that they're also calling in Africa, Mongolia, and then this psyop of a globe. So, in other words, when you take the turtle, at some point, you're going to have to accept all of this. Okay, you now Indians are going to say, "No, I didn't want the turtle. No, no, no." The turtle comes with all this baggage on its back. Okay, and you're going to have, when you say Turtle Island, this is what you're calling the whole fucking world. Okay, so let's get real. Stop playing with yourself. All Indians did not believe in a turtle. Okay, only the ones that were interested in world domination. Okay, and taking over other Indians as well as the world. Okay, so do not just take the turtle. You're going to have to take the whole package, the package deal. In fact, maybe I will call this video taking the whole surprise package. You can't see, Indians, you can't just stop at the turtle when he's been hijacked into a this thing. Okay, again, you'll insist that no, it's all about the turtle, and then Mongolia gonna say, hell no, I'm standing on your back, bitch. I come with this. And then this psyop from the Church of Rome, this globe, is saying, can I be part of it? And so that's what the Indians are taking on. You have this is not exclusive to America. Okay, the turtle has already been hijacked or whatever, or this is probably where he originated. Actually, we saw that he originated in Mongolia, not in America, which leads to our final, and I think we'll close out here. Now we will go to the muskrat. This is from haveaheart.com, muskrat facts. So this is the animal that Algonquians have in their creation story. He's not white, though. This is the normal color of a muskrat. Now, he does have some high yellow patches as well as some copper colored patches. Okay, kind of cute, if I may say so myself. I know he looks kind of ratish, okay? And you look at them, check out them claws, though. I ain't never seen them before. So there's your muskrat, right? Okay. Scientific name, Undoctra zibethicus. Average size, 16 to 25 inches. That shit is big, damn. It's kind of big, yo. It ain't no rat now. It's more like a cat. No, he big, might be bigger than a cat. Oh boy. 8 to 11-inch tall tail. Oh, this thing is huge, y'all. 2 to 5 pounds. Average lifespan, 1 to 3 years. Identifying feature, dense brown fur, rounded body with a long hair. Oh, it's hairless black tail. Oh, he sounds very radish. Uh-oh. Webbed feet, webbed hind feet for swimming, and smaller front feet for digging. Small beady eyes and small ears. That's the muskrat. Yeah, he giving me some mouse. Okay, all right, whatever. He giving me mouse. All right, whatever. Muskrat geography. Where does a muskrat originate? Muskrats are what? Native to North America. We want to read that again? Muskrats are native to where? North America. So if you're an Indian and you want to claim your birthright without all extra bringing in the whole world on your back and shit, what you gonna go with, a muskrat or a turtle? And muskrat is the only animal in the Algonquian story. that is exclusively American. Well, like Indians, he's native and indigenous to North America with a range that extends from Canada down to the northern parts of Mexico. He's almost exclusively North American, y'all. So when Indians claim this type of animal, although it looks like a whole rat, maybe I'm going to go with it, okay? And besides, this is what Algonquians have in their creation store, and he lives. There's no dying animals. Just take a screenshot, if you will. Muskrats are native to North America, with a range that extends from Canada down to some northern parts of Mexico. The whole damn North America, basically. They have also been introduced, okay? Here's another feature. Now he's coming from America, going to North Europe, Asia, and South America. The muskrat has been introduced to Northern Europe, Asia, and South America, mainly for their valued pelts. The turtle is coming to us from Mongolia, and then he's colonizing, America. The muskrat, like Indians, he's going out to other nations, but he's from America. Looks like muskrat love. Yeah. So muskrats are semi-aquatic. They're not completely aquatic, but they are semi-aquatic mammals that inhabit areas abundant in water, like wetlands, ponds, lakes, and marshes. For shelter, muskrats will either dig tunnels or construct lodges, depending on the immediate habitat. Oh, let's make it a little bigger. In areas with steep banks or dams, muskrats will dig tunnels and begin underwater. Tunnels that begin underwater and lead up above the water level, where the chamber can remain dry. In other areas without steep walls or dams, muskrats build dome-shaped lodges out of nearby vegetation and mud. Muskrats are omnivores, but they mainly enjoy plant-based diets consisting of roots, stems, leaves, and fruits of aquatic vegetation. As local plant food becomes scarce, muskrats will feed on aquatic animals such as insects, fish, and amphibians. Freshwater mussels often become a dietary staple in the wintertime. Some favorite foods include cocktail, water lilies, sedges, ferns, freshwater mussels, snails, crayfish, frogs. Activity, muskrat's behavior. Muskrats are active year-round and they feed at all times of the day. They are most active at twilight. Wow. Reproduction. Females give birth to 2 to 3 litters per year, each time yielding an average of 4 to 8 pups. The size of the litters varies with the seasons, with larger litters being born in spring and summer and small litters being born in winter. In warmer months, muskrats can give birth to as many as 15 young at once. Newborn muskrats are weaned for about a year before they become independent. Feeding. Muskrats gather food within their territories and carry it to feeding platforms on which they eat. I'm sorry, I won't read that again. Muskrats gather food within their territories and carry it to feeding platforms on which they eat. These feeding platforms are flat, elevated piles of mud and vegetation, which muskrats construct outside of their living den. So they prepare a freaking table. They be serving dinner, y'all. It's the family buffet reunion. Social interaction. As monogamous breeders, wow, muskrats live with their mates and their young. They are very territorial, like Indians, especially during breeding season. Oh, that's their tracks, and I guess that's their tail. They got tail tracks and footprint. Lodge, the collapsed bank, leaking dams. Muskrat damage occurs as a result of their burrowing habits. Oftentimes, damage is not very obvious until severe destruction occurs, which is why it's important to understand how to identify muskrat burrows and other warning signs. Signs of muskrat presence or damage include muskrat tracks, 4 toes in front and 5 in the back with visible claws. Visible tail mark in between prints. Oh, muskrat droppings. Ugh. Okay. Feeding platforms, elevated flat pads of mud or vegetation. Lodges, piles of mud and aquatic vegetation up to 8 feet in width of 5 feet tall. My gosh. Leaking ponds or dams due to burrowing. Collapsed banks due to extensive burrowing. I'm sorry, I skipped one. Muskrat burrow entrances. Holes in backs of dams about 6 to 8 inches in diameter and up to 3 feet below water level. Okay, they have diseases. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Muskrats are excellent swimmers thanks to their webbed back feet, laterally flattened tails, and the ability to hold their breath underwater for 15 to 20 minutes. It's a long damn time. They can swim backwards and forwards. Most of the time, muskrats mate underwater. Wow. They get into some freaky stuff. Muskrat kids are born hairless and blind. Known to be most valuable for their fur or pelts. Muskrats are one of the most trapped animals in history. Muskrats play important roles in certain ecological systems, as their eating and denning habits create the ideal flat nesting areas for certain birds. So muskrats, love them or hate them, they are all American. Because muskrats are native to North America with a range that extends from Canada down to some northern parts of Mexico. They have also been introduced to Northern Europe, Asia, and South America, mainly valued for their pelts. And I'm starting to think that that's what Algonquins were trading with the French. Muskrat and beaver, perhaps. So the turtle is a many things, right? There's a long article, but he's not specific to America, okay? This animal is not specific to America, like the muskrat is. Okay? He's coming to America from Mongolia. The oldest tortoise fossils come from the late Paleocene of Mongolia. So Indians, you are being hijacked, okay? Your imagery is coming to you and you're boo-loving upon it, but it's not yours. This is coming to you from your colonizer. Now, your first colonizers were peaceful colonizers, Mongolians. At first, the foreigners were not, violent and stuff. They just want to populate here so that they can later say that, claim that this was their homeland or they were the first people or something like that. So the groundwork was being laid, and this was all conducted by the Moors. Okay, we did a video about the Moors' influence in every part of the world except America. That's why they're so hot for America. This is the crown jewel that they want to add to their little world order. Because they're the element that got, again, expelled, okay? They go out, create a whole world where we are told that we are the new world. So they create a world where they are the oldest, the firstborn, and we are the youngest in their world. A total reverse of identity. And somehow the Iroquois, their myths have nothing to do with America, right? Their creation story is like a globe grab. Their turtle is not indigenous to America. It's coming from Mongolia, according to this. And then you might say, well, this is just one story. Baby, you only need one. Yeah, we might find other, stories. The turtle came from America, blah, blah, who knows, right? But again, if it's a multi-purpose thing, it's a multi-purpose thing. Now, we just saw that muskrats are indigenous to America. We just need one. Really? Okay, somebody might argue that. Okay, but I know somewhere there's a footing in America being first, okay, and that being exclusively ours somewhere. So I'll take it rather than this bullshit. Okay, something that's multi-purpose. Anybody could claim it. Thailand, Mongolia, they have the same thing. So now it becomes Indian fighting for their legacy once again. So you could avoid the whole fight by sticking to what's yours, what's exclusively yours. Then you won't have to fight with all these other races and be trying to figure out, is it mine, is it yours? Let them have it, yo. Let them have it. This bullshit here, let them have it. Have at it. It's a psyop on top of a psyop, topped by a psyop. Turtles and elephants and globes. Oh no. That's what I wanted to call this video. But I think we're going to end where we started. This is what led me to look deeper. I want to know where these elephants came from. I kind of knew that they weren't American, but I wanted to, get it official. Then I started worrying about the damn turtle too. And, we just need to find one. And as long as, that's the thing with hijacks. You got to duplicate it. It has to be like the word more itself. It means so many things, right? So we can't be sure which one it is. So you want one that's exclusively yours so you can at least have the argument. You know what I'm saying? But if none of it is exclusively yours, we know that, and again, if the turtle is also in this thing, then he's a shared icon, right? It's not exclusively American. We want what is exclusively American because we are the ones that have been buried. We don't need no more confusion. We don't need anything that is shared right now, ever, if you ask me. Because we are the one thing that is missing in the equation. So we don't want to share any imagery with anybody because they have a presence on the earth. It's only American Indians who don't. So that's why y'all better rethink the turtle, I mean, you could refer to it here and there, but always know that it is not what all American Indians believe. In fact, the Algonquins don't have a turtle at all. They have an animal in their creation myth that is indigenous to America, North America even. They are so specific about their land that they even have an animal that is only North American, not even South America. That's how serious the Algonquins creation myth is. It's America. It has an American. So that means we have the authority. That's why that's important. If you grabbing somebody else, they're going to have the authority or they're going to challenge yours. If we grab this turtle, the Mongolians are going to say, but yeah, but what about our elephants? And the church is going to say, but what about that globe we gave you? Can we come to? Can we be part of you and fight you the whole way for your birthright, please? And some Indians going to be, oh yeah, you can have it. I like being dominated. You got any whips and chains and stuff? Please, daddy, whatever. Some Indians like that shit. I'm not down with that. I'm not liking it in this setting. No. 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 Give me what's exclusively mine first. Don't give me your bullshit mixed in with it. So you can later come and grab me again. Nah. Identity grab me again and me fighting you for my identity. No, thank you. You could keep your turtle. Asia and Africa, you could have your elephants. Thailand or Mongolia, you could have your turtle. And Church of Rome, you could have the globe, because I ain't got nothing to do with that either. All three of y'all could go. Okay, bye. Been real. A real pain. So on that note, I think we're going to say bye as well. I done made my point. And at this point, I'm just going to have a 5-hour video if I keep stressing, So thank you for watching. We just gotta consider these things. I'm sorry they're presented to us. We grab them and think that this is this is us. And then you find out, oops, there was another Trojan horse. I done brought Mongolia, Thailand, Africa, Germany. Now they want my birthright, and I'm going to get buried again because I grabbed for this damn turtle. I think we better start understanding what the muskrat represents and whose story is the muskrat in? Algonquin. And who was politically exiled from their landmass? Algonquin. Replaced by what? Turtles, elephants, and globes. The one Indians that stayed true to North America and used only North American shall we say symbols